Gulp. Is it working? Is it working and is it high quality? I think so. Maybe. We're gonna find out. The preview window in the preview window is pretty jank. Hold on, let me pull this up on my phone. It's been a while since I streamed on my regular YouTube account. So we gotta make sure this thing is working. 1 second, 1 second. Hello, how are you? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hold on, oh, there's the switch account button. Trying to verify that the stream is working properly. Mr. Moo, hello. It's been a while since we chatted. It's been a while since I chatted with anyone. I've been lost. Not lost, but I've been, I guess you could call it a vacation, even though I wasn't really in the vacation mood. Why can't I see my stream on my phone? Bandit helps gaming. What powers am I adding? Well, I'll have you know. I'm not going to work on... Okay, you can see that basically. So today we're not going to be working on the My Hero add-on. Why, you may ask? You're going to have to keep asking why. But we are still doing Palladium coding. Oh, by the way, I need to mark this stream or share the stream in the stupid Discord. We're still doing powers and adding powers, but we're going to be doing a commission that I've been working on for just a little bit. And it's going to be adding similar powers to what I would add for my add-on, but they're just for someone else, and they slightly need it. Oh, look at you hitting the hearts. Make sure you hit that heart button. Yeah, spam that heart button, everybody. Or the emojis. You do that while I find... I'm going to at everyone for this stream because I realized the other day, if you joined my Twitch stream, you may have realized that I didn't actually... People don't have the stream announcements role. So when I was doing the stream announcements thing, no one was actually seeing it. So we're just going to add everyone, even though you're not supposed to do that, but it's my Discord, so who cares? Who's going to ban me? Me, probably. Get shareable length. At everyone. Working on, doing some live streaming of Palladium coding. Join in if you want to learn something. And then paste. Boom. Boom. Okay, there we go. Now we'll see just an influx of people. Oh, also, by the way, check this out. Let me take a screenshot so I don't leak my whole YouTube page, even though it's not really a leak. Look at this. The channel has surpassed 1 million views. Let's make that bigger. 1 million views between all my videos. That's pretty crazy. If only it was a one video that got to 1 million. Just kidding. I am perfectly happy with getting 1 million through all the videos. Yes, yes. Keep the glazing. 1 million views. Hi, Ven. Oh, technically, Ven, you might not, or supposed to maybe not look at this stream, but we'll see. Oh, Boy Without a Uke sent in. I appreciate it, boy without a U. Thanks for the $5. It's okay. I will. Oops. I'm trying to find. There we go. Toothless was in the way. We got to move him over. We're gonna have him jump on your. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I appreciate it, boy without a uke. And thanks for stopping in, even though you can't stay for the whole time. Where did my chat window go? Come back. Here it is. Meow. I have those files already. Never gonna glaze you though, says Ven. I don't know. Delt always glazes, yes. How is the mod coming along? It is sort of. Sort of. We're not going to answer questions about the real My Hero Academia mod. We're going to be working on this version. Yeah, so basically, we're going to be working on a superpower add-on for someone else. Why, you may ask? Because I like to distract myself. So... Thanks, Ven. I appreciate it. Bro said he wasn't gonna glaze, and then he glazed just a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to be... Should you eat a nuclear bomb? No, probably not. It's the Quillverse. Yes, we're working on something called the Quillverse. Don't ask why it's named that. No, I'm just kidding. It's a cool name. Boy without a U. Thanks. Thanks for $5 more. You don't have to donate. It's okay. I won't be sad, but you don't have to. Just saying. So yeah, this add-on is called the Quillverse. Deltima says it's a stupid name, but it is his. So, basically we have a bunch of powers. We're going to, they started off as quirks. They're kind of not really quirks. They're now more just general superpowers. So what we're going to be doing is, first off, we're going to be transferring it over to a mod. Boy without a... Yeah, you don't have to donate, boy without a uke. I appreciate it, but thanks for the $10. But you don't have to, Bran. Settle down. Put your credit card away. Oh yeah, so what we're gonna do is convert this from just a regular add-on pack to a Java mod, and then we're gonna be adding in all the powers that the guy requested for him, or I guess Deltima requested. And this is just an announcement, I guess. If you are going to be participating, then, and you're not supposed to see it, maybe tune off, but it's up to Delta if he wants you to see it. But I will give you 3 seconds to decide. 1, 2, 3. I appreciate it, Deltima. I am the best. No, Deltima, thank you for the $10. Okay, well, that was enough time. Do you ever think about using a Palladium to add fighting styles? I have thought about it, yeah. Am I going to do it? Maybe. Maybe. That's just another thing I'm going to put on my plate. Okay, so I have the mod ready. The Quillverse, as we have said. First thing we need to do is move everything over to the common folder here, which is where I put the all of the Palladium files. So right now, here's all the Palladium files here. We can see, let's see, where are they at? Oh, here we go. It was called Super Dudes, not anymore. It's going to be called something else. So we have all of the files. What we're going to do is come up into this. Let me make it bigger so we can see. Boy without a uke sent a membership, or he gifted a membership to Fading548. I appreciate it, boy without a uke, and so I'm sure does he. You keep knocking me off of what I'm trying to do. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, here we go. We got to add everything to... Oh, no. ADHD. Hold on, we're trying to make this bigger so we can see it. Preferences, settings, appearance, zoom in 150%. There we go. Now we can see. Okay, so inside of this resource folder, so it's a mod, and it's going to be an architecture mod because I just copied the my library. So that means it's support for Forge and Fabric. And because of that, we're going to have to be putting things inside of this common folder. So when you're doing a mod that supports all three, then all three are going to be listed, Forge, Fabric, and Common. But what we're going to do is put all of the Palladium files inside of Common, because those are obviously going to apply to both Forge and Fabric. And then everything else we're going to be mostly working on Forge specific for now. Forge specific inside of this source folder. So for now, let's go ahead and open up the source of the common. Oh, see you later, boy without a uke. Thanks for all thanks for the donations and leaving. But I hope I might be still going if you get on later. We'll see. Let's see what else I do. Okay, so inside of this resources folder, here we have add-on assets, all of the files here, and this is just like the Palladium. Or this is exactly like the Palladium setup. This is wrong here because we need to change it to the new mod ID, which is going to be Quill. So we'll just refactor that. But inside of the assets, or not assets, inside of data, the mod ID, and inside of Palladium, there we have a powers folder. And so just like the tutorial, if you watch that one, the powers are going to go into here. And so I'm just going to copy and paste one of the powers from the old version, which we're going to do this overclock power. So we're going to make the new power, new file. It's called overclock.json. And I'm literally just going to copy and paste it from the original code that I had. So this is just from the old add-on. Again, we're just moving it into the files of the mod so that the mod has access to basically all of this stuff. We do have to go through and we have to rename some of these because they are using the old mod ID. The old mod ID was called Super Dudes, but apparently that name was too dumb, so we got to change it. Overclock like in Vigilantes? No. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what overclock is in Vigilantes. And it's not like gear shift. This ability, I'll show you once we rename all the super dudes. This ability is basically focusing on overclocking different aspects of the body. So like for example, overclocking your regeneration, overclocking your resistances, speed, strength, stuff like that. So what we're going to do, we got to change this mod ID. So replace super dudes. We're just going to replace it with Quill, probably. So we'll just go through and replace all of these just like that. And there's two more. We're just replacing the names of the scoreboards that we're using. We're going to eventually change it so we're not using scoreboards, but I'm going to keep it just for the time being. But that should be all of those. We do have scoreboards, so we're going to need to put this in the tracked scores. So I'm going to pull this up and pull up this track scores. And actually, it's not a track score because if I remember, this was for a heartbeat effect. Yes, we don't actually need it there. We do need a track score of this stage awakening, and we need the stages.json powers, which is right here. Again, copying, pasting from the original code that I also wrote. So it's not considered cheating. Replace. And I think those are the only two powers that we need. Let me just double check that there's no... I'm pretty sure that this is all that there is. We have a player startup. Yeah, okay. We do have a startup script inside of Cube.js. So let me go through and add that. Haven't been reading chat. Talking about Vigilantes. I'm starting to watch Vigilantes. I'm like halfway through it, I think. It just doesn't hit the same as MHA, especially after the last season. You could just replace it all. Yeah, I know. I wanted to make sure, though, that I didn't miss something else. Don't told you have to leave. See you, Ven. It's okay. He's going to report you. You better watch out. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, we do have a inside of the data folder. Here we go. Inside of Cube.js scripts, we need to add a new one. And this one is, we're just going to name it startup. Start up. I usually do, if I'm doing just regular like Palladium add-ons, the Cube.js script, I will have always a startup one. And that's just where I put in different things that occur like when you turn the mod on for the first time. So in this case, what we're doing is we're checking if any player logs in for the first time, or any player logs in, this is going to run. And inside of here, we're just checking if they don't already have the Super Dude stages, which is now going to be Quill stages. If they do not have this stages power, which stages is all it is it's just a way to track what level essentially each power is on. So right now there's only 3 stages, so each power can have 3 stages. But anyway, we want everyone to have that, so we're going to check if they don't have that power when they log in for the first time. Then we're just going to run a command. We're going to add in this new scoreboard, and we're going to give them the superpower here, and then set their awakening stage to 0. Quills like hedgehog quills. Yes, it is quills like a hedgehog's quills. You got to go see Alpha Master 737. Have a nice day or night, whatever you're doing. Is this stream doing the Mine Hero mod? No, it's doing something kind of similar, but not quite. Similar, but not quite. Okay, we replaced all of those. So we have stages and we have startup. So in theory, if I run this, we should be able to see overclock. But like I was saying, with the Cube.js scripts, because this is in a Java mod, I don't really need to do it inside of Cube. I can do it / I will do it inside of the actual Java code. But for now, just to make sure it's working, we're going to pop it in with just this and then wait for it to load up. You caught up to me in dispatch? Well, it's not too hard. Only 4 hours in. 4 hours to go. Okay, so this has all of my folder. Oops, wait. I know you can't see that. There we go. So this has all of my folders from my Quill verse. Create world. And let me turn on, I muted this audio. Or I muted my desktop audio. By the way, could you guys hear the did you hear the donations when they came in? Like, did they do text to speech, or could you not hear that? I need to know. No? Oh, man. Oopsies. Well, okay, let me just do that, and then you'll be able to hear them. My bad, my bad. I thought they were working. Guess not. All right, if you don't remember, the command to give yourself a superpower is /superpower. And we're going to first query because we want to, we want to check to make sure that we have the correct startup superpower, or the stage superpower. And it looks like we don't. So if we do /superpower, add, we have stages. Why didn't it add stages? Let's look. What went wrong? Quill stages, Palladium powers, Quill stages. Something did not work. Oh, let's scroll up here and look. Hello, GP74Z. How are you? Guess I gotta donate somewhere to test it. No, you do. You definitely do not. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Why didn't it give us this? Did this even run? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do a console.log, and we're gonna add in this thing ran. So now if we stop and start again, we'll see if this is actually running correctly, or if I put it in the wrong spot. It should be running correctly because if I look at the folder structure of the previous one, yeah, it's the exact same. Assets, data, quill. Yeah, it should be good. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. IRL hedgehogs are pretty cool. Yes, they've got quite a bit of unique abilities, just regular abilities, unique traits that make them pretty cool. So this, let's check if it ran this. This thing ran. So theoretically, if we do a Control F and then paste, so this thing is running. Dev did join the game. Okay. So did it add? Oh, that's why. Quill. We had the mod ID wrong because we changed it. I should. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta change this mod ID too because I copied and pasted it, and this one too. Let's just search for super dudes. Let's do a search for super dudes everywhere. Make sure we don't. Oh, Quill. Stop, start. There we go. That's why you should never try to, or make it really, make sure your mod ID is correct before you go and change it. Because if you, we only have a few files and it's already messing me up to change it from super dudes to Quill. So just keep that in mind. If you had to go into one anime universe, which one would you go into? I would go into, what would I go into? This needs to stop going into full screen. It depends if I can be like a main character or not. I probably go into MHA or... Okay, see you in a second, Delt. MHA or that time I got reincarnated as a slime. That's if I can be the main character. If I can't, then I'd go into one of those universes where they have like those, what are they called? The mixed virtual reality headset games. So like Shangri-La Frontier, or I don't want to say Sword Art Online, but example, you can level, but you get, you can level up in solo. Oh, see, if I could level up, then I'd maybe do solo leveling. Anyway, we should now have the superpower query dev. There we go. We have the quill stage ability. And so the idea behind this one is that it just shows stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, stuck in Decky's position, you would be suffering. I agree. Lots of limb damage and a target on your bat. Exactly. So yeah, this one has stage 1, 2, and 3, but now we can do, let's do the overclock, which overclock is not showing up, so I think there's something wrong with it. Let's look in the log, just search for overclock. Parsing error, ability super dudes random overclock does not exist. Okay, well, I did not go through overclock and change all of these super dudes reference to Quill. So replace this one, this one. Here we have a new effect, so we're gonna have to add that effect. Same here, same here. Basically all of these. Okay, so there's a few abilities that I added then that we're gonna have to move over. So let me look in. This one's going to be, is it in add-on? Yeah. So we're going to be adding new abilities. The MHA universe seems like a big gamble because the same time you can get explosions, you can get the head of a dog. True. Old Tensora mod? Nah, I love the Tensora Minecraft mod. It's so much fun. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this overclock has some custom abilities to it, like this random thing that I added. So we're gonna add them in through Cube.js first, and then I'm gonna convert them into Java. So what we need to do to add new abilities in Cube.js, we're gonna go into resources, into add-on, and I guess this is Cube.js, so it doesn't really matter, but add-on the mod ID inside of Cube.js scripts, right click, new, and I usually make an ability JavaScript file for each superpower. So in this one, we're going to do overclock underscore abilities.js. The name doesn't matter, but you should just name it to match. Yeah, obviously match what it's going to have inside of it. So that should be pretty obvious. But we're going to copy and paste all of this junk in here. Super dudes. We're going to replace all these super dudes with Quill. Replace, replace, replace. We'll go over what this does in a second. First, we need to add in, I believe there's a custom potion effect or two that we need to add. And here we go. Yeah, it's called overclock. So same thing, custom potion effects are going to go in add-on mod ID Cube.js scripts. This is going to be temporary, but overclock underscore effect.js. We're going to copy paste this stuff. And once again, replace all of the super dudes, the old mod ID with the new mod ID. So this one, there's 3 effects here. Overclock effect, overclock drawback, and enhanced metabolism. But those should be the 3, or all of the things, the abilities and the overclock effect. So we'll verify that. I guess I should have verified it here, but whatever. I'm sure it's fine. If you had to be the MC in a musical, the main character in a musical. So like just for like participating in the musical, or a musical like anime/show? Are we talking about Wicked? Cause I'd be Elphaba. I'd do so much better than she did. Add, okay, something's still wrong. Let's take a look here. Search for overclock. Loaded all of those. Gravecore has effect, does not exist. Okay, so this was using a library mod for Gravecore. How many Gravecore things do we use? It's just 1. How do I get a commission to have one made? Like Hamilton or Heather and Heather? I would be in the Wicked musical. Okay, so our problem here is that we're relying on this Gravecore, which is a library mod. If you've used the Ben 10, one of the Ben 10 Palladium add-ons, you've definitely seen Gravecore. Hold on, I'm going to see. Okay, so this is the only effect that uses it. Dang, and I don't really want to necessarily have the dependency of this anymore. Since I have my own Java mod, since I have a Java mod, I can do it myself. So what we need to do is create a new condition real quick, and basically make what this has effect does. So all this is doing is it's checking if the effect is active on the player. So we're going to go ahead and add that condition. So this is a little different. We could actually almost do it in Cube.js. No, we got it. Okay, we got to do it in the Java mod. So I'm going to be putting this in Forge because the person who wants this says they're only going to use it in Forge, so we're going to do that. I already have the stuff set up, and we have conditions here. So let's create a new Java class. We're going to call it has effect condition, condition. And if I remember that we're going to extends condition from Palladium. And Java is going to say we need to implement a few methods, so we'll just do that. And I'm actually going to open up my, or maybe I'll do it in VS Code, my quirklib, because I don't remember the syntax. It's been a while. I'm going to be honest, it's been a while since I've worked on the other add-on, because I've just been busy. I apologize, but that's just what happens. I gotta find what folder it's in. Is it in here? Here we go. Mods, bandits, quirklib, select folder. And I'll go down to conditions and we just do a random one like this. Powers enabled condition. Random chance. Okay. So what we'll do is inside of the active, this function, or this is called a function. These adds. Well, sorry, there's adds, I guess. Palladium doesn't have much in the commission department. Yeah, I think the only ones are really like commissioning into existing ones. If this goes well in the future, I might do open up commissions to do stuff, but that we'll see. Anyway, we want to create a has effect, and so what we're going to do is inside of this function, active, this returns true if, or this returns a Boolean, which is a true or false value, and we have to decide what it's going to do. In our case, we want to check if the entity has a potion effect, specifically the potion effect that we pass in as a value. I'm actually going to add in a constructor here, just because I like constructors. How did I make Black Whip? Was that custom? Yes, it was a custom Java code. It's just using a custom renderer. Bloop. Oh, hi, Corey. I didn't see you. Welcome in. So what we need to do is we need to get the entity that we're looking at. So in this, or not that we're looking at, that we are. So we're going to do living entity, because this is just in Minecraft. This is what you know, a living entity is. We're going to call an entity, and we're going to have to grab the data context dot get living entity. This will return to us whoever has the power and whoever it's checking. It's going to return us that like entity or that person. Then what we can do is we can actually get the active effects. Here we go. As a collection. And we can assert that this is going to be null, so we don't have to worry about it. Then we could use a for each, but we're just going to do contains. And we're going to do new mob effect instance. And in here, we need to define what the effect is. So I believe that is going to be mob effect. Okay, because we can use mob effects dot, but we don't want to do that. We want to do new mob effect, I believe. And then can I pass in? That's category. Hold on. I got to think the way to do this. I don't know why I enjoy watching code. I understand almost nothing. Who knows? Who knows why you do? Who knows? Maybe it's just satisfying. All right, calm down there, boy without a uke. I don't know you that well. This is not... Okay, we can... All right, hold on. I got to remember how we need to create a new mob effect instance based on the resource ID. Because what we'll pass in is going to be mod ID : effect name. So whether that could be like Minecraft slow falling, for example, we need to convert this into an actual potion effect that we can look up. And yeah, okay, hold on. Mob effect instance, if I click this, So there's all these constructors that we can use. This one passes in a mob effect. All of them pass in a mob effect. So we have to create a new mob effect. And to create one, we have to give it a category. Well, we don't want to create one. We want to get one. Specifically, we want to get the ID. Okay. What we're going to do here, because I don't remember the syntax, we're going to do a little bit of debugging. We're just going to do for each here. So we're going to say grab all of the active effects, and for each of the active effects that they have, we're going to do a, I believe we do this. How do I do a consumer? For each, I gotta remember the syntax for a consumer. Hold on, we can Google syntax for a consumer. Have I ever been in a life or death situation? I don't think so. Gotta remember how. Oh, there we go. We gotta do effect, I believe. Yep, there we go. Boop. So now we're saying for each active effect, convert it into a mob effect instance, or just call it a mob effect instance. And then we want to system.out.println, which prints to the console. And we want to print out the information about the mob effect. So mob effect instance dot get effect will get us that, but we don't want that. We want description ID. Show icon is curative item. I don't think we want that. It might be description ID, or it might be get effect. So we're going to do this just for now and just print it out and then return false here. Yeah, and then we're going to put a breakpoint in here so we can go through and we're going to just visualize what's in here. Let me close this. So we're going to need to do that. We also need to give the condition a property, and that's because we have to be able to pass in the ID, essentially. The ID of... Sorry, my chat died. The ID of whatever we're checking. So to do that, we're going to make a private final, so a constant and a string. We're going to do effect ID. And then inside of the constructor, we're going to do string effect ID. And then inside of here, we're going to do this dot effect ID equals effect ID. Oop, come on. There we go. Essentially, we're going to pass it in this, and we're going to assign it to this. Now, this is mad because it's not actually used anywhere. Or, well, it's assigned and not used. But we can just use it down. We can use it down in here. So we don't really need that or anything further from there. Let's scroll down to the conditions serializer. And we're going to grab a new custom conditions serializer dot, and then we got to give it a name. So has underscore effect dot get. This doesn't exist yet, but it will in a second. And that second is actually going to be pretty much right now. We're going to do the public static class serializer extends condition serializer. What this is for is to define the documentation better, and also to be able to use it. Hold on, your chat. Does mod have the quirk float? No. You should do model texture streaming. That would be good. So inside of this serializer is where, again, the documentation is going to get reference, basically. So we're going to do public static final, and we're going to do a Palladium property of the type string. And we're going to name this effect underscore ID. And this equals a new string property. And inside of that is going to be the effect key. So effect underscore ID. And then dot configurable to say basically the description. So the effect to check the entity for. Close that. And now what we can do is come down into the constructor, or create a constructor. Public serializer. This dot with property, and we're going to pass in the effect ID that we just created and give it an example. So Minecraft : slow falling. This is, again, just filling in the documentation with a default value. Below here, we're going to do a public condition environment, get context environment. This one just says where the condition can be used. And I'll show you what that means. Oh, actually, you can see what it means right here. If we do condition environment dot, you can see it can be used in the assets, the all, the data, or all assets, data, or all. This is referencing to, or in reference to the folders here. So add-on, data, or assets. In this case, I'm going to just leave it as all. It shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Then what do we need to do? Inside of this make, we're going to return a new has effect condition. Wait. Are you telling me that Palladium has had this? Okay, well, apparently Palladium has this effect. Right. So you're saying that I did all this for nothing. Right. Okay, well, control A, control comma to, or not comma, slash to comment everything out. Go back to overclock and just change this to Palladium. That's unfortunate. Okay, I just wasted all that time. Let me open up Palladium's documentation real quick and verify. Abilities. Click Microsoft Edge. Ah, my eyes. Palladium. Well, not abilities. We want conditions. Conditions. We're looking for has effect. Has that always been there? Oh my gosh, okay, whatever. So yeah, we just wasted that. Wasted our time. That's okay. You learned something, hopefully. This should work now. It looks like Mr. Moo is talking about doing streaming with his textures. You should. A collab would be cool. Are you talking about like a collab to do something or a collab stream? Wow, this is... Stop doing that. There we go. If we check inside of the log, the quill thing should be... Not quill. Overclock. Should no longer have an error. It does not have an error. / superpower add. There we go. Quill overclock. The way that overclock works, at least for stage 1, I don't think that's right. Let me actually pull up the documentation that I was given for this. Let me make sure. This one. So the idea for overclock is there is a random buff that you can get. So time set day. / game rule do daylight cycle false. There's a random thing that'll happen. So if I press this one ability, it activated the random ability or buffs. So in this case, we don't really know what the buffs were. We know one was speed. And I'm going to assume that the other one was strength. But it chooses from 3 or 4 different buffs: speed, strength, jump boost, and resistance. And then you can choose how long that lasts for. So you saw before that here, when I press it, you see the little cooldown is going on the bottom right. So that goes unless you have the effect. When you turn it off, what it does is it checks and it sees how long you had it on for, and then it doubles the drawback. So in this case, the drawback is like 15 seconds because I had it on for 7 seconds. So if I do, let me do this again. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, turn it off, we should see that this is about 8 seconds-ish. It depends on whatever. What is this from? This is, I don't know if it's necessarily from anything. It might be based off of something. I don't know what it is. But I think it was just some person's idea, honestly. They might have taken it from some anime, but I don't know. But yeah, that's what stage 1 does. It randomly selects, out of those 4 things, it randomly selects boosts to give you. So in this case, I'm getting speed and armor. And so I'll turn that off and wait a second for it to turn back on. It also has enhanced metabolism, and that's a enhanced healing, but it is a very limited enhanced healing. So let me make myself some stairs here. Go back into this. So it's very, very limited. It just looked like a lot because I had hunger, or I have full saturation. So let me clear my saturation real quick by doing something a little drastic. So once my saturation goes away. So technically a gambling power, yeah, kind of. So you can see we're very slowly healing health. There we go. It's about 1 health or half a heart every 4 seconds. So they wanted that part of their ability, so they have that. And this enhanced metabolism is an effect, so it speeds up. You gamble on buffs. Yeah, basically, except you can't really tell what the buffs are. And so in this case, we didn't get speed or jump boost, so I'm guessing it's health and damage is probably what it is. So that took 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it was definitely strength there that it gave us. It reminds me of glitch hunters or whatever it's called, that you overclock thing they can do there with the gauntlets. I don't know if I've seen that before. But yeah, that's that ability. It also has, if you listen carefully, if I turn up this, music off. If I turn up this, you should be able to hear that heartbeat. Oh, that heartbeat goes. That's just something to indicate that the power is working. Because I guess the idea behind the power is that it's overclocking your internal body functions, and as it increases, the heart thing is going to play a role as well. So I think potential heart attacks and whatever, but we'll get there. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do to finish converting this over, or I guess there's a couple of things. We need to move the abilities out of the Cube.js and into Java. Second, we need to move the potion effects out of Cube.js and into Java. So we're going to do the potion effects first, just because it's going to be the fastest. Well, just because I chose it. That's actually the real reason. So let's see here. Let me make sure I have a reference so I don't show you the wrong thing. Effects. Okay, so we need to come down here into Forge because this is going to be a Forge thing. We're just going to ignore that condition. We're going to go into Effects, and we have Mod Effects here. Mod Effects is how we register the effects, but we actually need to create a brand new effect. So we're going to do that. And this one is supposed to be called, we're just going to do overclock underscore effect is the first one. So if we right click effects, new Java class, overclock effect. Hit enter. Because there's a group of them, I'm actually going to make a new, a new directory or new package and call this overclock just because I want them to be together. And also I just realized that I spelled overclock with a capital, so let's rename that to lowercase overclock. So this one in here purely is for, it's not for looks, but this one's purely just to say whether or not we have the overclock effect active. So if we look at the actual power itself, if we search for overclock underscore effect, no. What is it called? I already forgot. Over underscore clock. Over underscore clock underscore effect. Wait, are we actually even looking for it? Or wait, do we check in the, we might be checking in the, this guy. Or not this guy, this guy. Over underscore clock underscore effect. Wait, are we even using that? We might not be. Over underscore clock underscore effect. No. Okay, so this was just an extra one that I guess I didn't need anymore. So we can just ignore this one. Instead, we'll do overclock drawback. Easy enough. So we're going to come into here, right click, refactor rename, overclock drawback effect. And in here, we need to create what the actual effect does. So we're going to have to extend in Java. Extending means extending means to create a subclass or just like a similar but not quite the same. A similar but not quite the same version. There we go. And so in this case, mob effect is a Minecraft class, and it just describes, you know, what a potion effect does. I don't know why it's called mob effect as opposed to like potion effect, but whatever. Anyway, so what we're saying is this overclock effect is going to extend the mob effect, meaning it's going to be a mob effect. And so then we need to add in the constructor, and I don't know why I made it pub or protected, so we're going to do public. Inside of the constructor, we can define its category and color. We're not actually going to do this here. We're going to do it inside of this super, and we're just going to specifically say mob effect category. And this is harmful because it's the drawback effect. So this is the effect that they get that slows down their body and essentially just cancels out their powers. And as for color, what did we give it? We gave it, we just gave it 0, 0, 0. So we'll just copy this over 0, 0, 0, FF, which I think is red, green, blue. Is it blue? What color is this? What color is this? Yes, it's blue, all blue. Realize how you actually get viewers when you stream on YouTube? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Uke, boy without a uke. Anyway, we're saying that it's a harmful category and its color is blue, which we can change the color if needed. I'm looking into how Minecraft modding works as I look. I should move this over. Poop. Temporal Clause asks, I'm looking into how Minecraft mining works. As I look to make a Palladium add-on, are scoreboards our only way to store data for a player, or is MBT an option? What's a conventional choice? So if you're doing, it depends. Palladium by itself, if you're just using a Palladium add-on, you can either use scoreboards or you can use properties. Palladium has properties which you can assign to players, and essentially it's just like a storage for a data storage. Your other option is to use tags or MBT data. If you're doing something like a Forge mod, though, where it uses Palladium but it still has all the aspects of a mod like I'm doing, you can use normal storage means, so like capabilities or Forge capabilities, or I guess, or continue to use MBT data as well. So there's plenty of ways to store information. It just depends on what type of information that you're trying to store. Scoreboards are kind of like the easiest thing to do, but they do get the most, they are most complicated when it, or not most complicated, but the most inefficient when it comes to actually running the Palladium add-on. So properties are the more efficient way to do things, I guess. But hopefully that answers your question. There are other powers in the mod. Yes, this one has a bunch of powers in it. Okay, so we've created, this is the constructor, which is just saying create the new effect. Then what we need to do is override, and we look here, we need the effect tick method. So if I do /override implement methods, we can see apply effect tick. This function gets ran whenever the potion ticks. So basically, Minecraft ticks 20 times every second. So this function here is going to run 20 times in a second. What we want to do here, and what we did up here, is we first checked to see if this is running on the server side, because we don't want it ticking for every client, because it's not a cosmetic thing, it's actual logic. So logic has to be handled on the server. But we then check to see if the age of the entity is a multiple of 20. So this percent sign means modulus. Modulus means divide the first number by this number, and then whatever the remainder is, that's what the result of this is. So for example, if the entity's age was 20, 20 divided by 20 is going to be 1, or sorry, 20 divided by 20, 20 goes into 20 one time, so there's no remainder. So this would equal 0. If entity age was 25, 25 divided by 20 is 1 with a remainder of 5 more. So then this would result in 5. Yeah, you don't like math. It's okay. But basically, this is just saying only make sure the effect runs every 20 ticks or every second. And if it's not every second, then we just simply return. So we're not doing this over and over again. So we're going to go into here. We're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to check if first the living entity dot get server dot is dot client side. Hold on, gotta remember the function for, it's not get server because that just gets the Minecraft server. How do I check if the, oh, instance of hold on, let me remember real quick how I did this. Okay, I think it's, I'm going to change this to entity because I like it better. Entity dot level dot is client side. There we go. Basically, we're doing the exact same thing we were doing here. If it's not the server, So if it's on just your local computer, we don't want to calculate this because we only want it to calculate on the server side. So that's what that's going to do. And so then we do if entity.age get age. No, what is it in this? Is it something to do with ticks? Tick count. There we go. If the tick count is divided by 20 is not equal to 0, then we're going to return. And I'll put in a comment here just for people. If it is not a multiple of 20 seconds, then skip the rest of the function. Otherwise, we can do our actual logic. And in this case, it's going to be entity.addEffect. And we're going to create a new... Sorry, I was reading what Mr. Moose said. He says, the way you said second was a sharp, like a curse word after reading the I don't like math statement. Ah, yes. I can see how that came across like that. Anyway, what this old one did is it just slowed them down, or applied slowness to them. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do add effect. And I think we have to do new mob effect instance. And if we hover over this, it shows us all of the different things that we can do. So we got to do mob effect. So we're going to do mob effects dot slow movement slowdown, which is slowness. Then we need to give it a duration. And the duration, I believe, is in ticks. So we're going to do 30 ticks or 1.5 seconds. It might change. I don't know. It might change to seconds. We're going to figure out. Then the next thing we need is the amplifier, which we should just be able to do amplifier of here. So it matches whatever the amplifier of the overclock drawback is. So the higher that is, then the higher the slowness. And then if we hover over this again, comma. I believe it is ambient. Let's see. Yeah, the first one, the next one is ambient, and the next one is visible. So ambient, I always just do true, and then visible, I always do false, because I don't want to see the little squiggly particles. I don't want them to show up. And that's it for the apply effect tick. We can do a few more methods. If we do @override again, we can see there's a few of them, like get display name, get color. We're going to do get display name. We're going to do is duration effect. And, you know, we could actually add, okay, hold on. Instead of doing add effect, we're going to add an attribute modifier. Then we don't have to apply an effect tick, I don't think. Because currently right now what we're doing is we're giving them the slowness effect and letting slowness do all the work. But instead, we can just use this add attribute modifier, and that does all of the work instead, which would be pretty nice. So we're going to grab this one, and what did I say? The is duration effect. Add these in. Is duration effect, we're just going to return true, because it is a duration effect. Simple as that. And for add attribute modifier, if we click this, all we have to do is give it the operation, the UD, and the attribute. Okay, so we can do that. So, or how do we want to do that? What we'll do is let's actually look at how the slowness effect, or the movement slowdown effect, is done. Because that's the one way you can figure things out in Minecraft, is to just figure out how they do it. Oh, so it just uses dot add attribute modifier of movement speed. So we don't even need, I don't think we even need this. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete this. We don't need it. This, we're going to comment out. We don't need it. And I don't think this we need either, actually. I think just having this is enough. So let's go into mod effects. And this is where we register the actual stuff. You didn't catch any of that. You were watching Toothless. That's okay. It wasn't important at all, I'm sure. But inside of this mod effects thing, we basically need to register the brand new overclock drawback effect that we created. So we're going to do a new public static final, and it's going to be a registry object because we're going to be storing the registry object inside of the deferred register or inside of a register. If anyone cares to know what a deferred register is, just say so in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to skip by. But this is going to be of type mob effect. And we got to give it the name of overclock underscore drawback underscore effect. All caps because it is a constant, and that's the convention, the naming convention for constant values is to do that. Then we do mob underscore effects, which is the register up here, dot register. We give it the name that it's registered under, so it's going to be overclock underscore drawback effect. Kind of a long name. And we're going to create a new, or call the overclock constructor using the dash dash new. And then what we should be able to do is dot. No, I think it's actually here. Overclock drawback effect. Well, let's check back. Hold on. Check how this one did it. Boy without a uke wants to know what the register is. I'll tell you in a second. Let me pull up. Oops. Let me pull up the slowness. I gotta see how they do it. Register. Here we go. New mob effect. Oh, they actually just do it in. They do it when they register here. So that, okay, so Minecraft does it slightly differently because they don't actually define the effects. They're just doing the, oh, no, they do. Oh, okay, yeah, we just need the, okay, I was just stupid. We just need the, we need to actually use new instead of not placing, what is this? Where's my mod effects? There we go. We need to put new in front. Boop. And then boop, like that. You didn't know it has instancing shortcut. Yeah, you can use ::new. Or basically, like I had it, overclock drop effect, :new. That just says create a new constructor with default values. What we want to do is we want to not use the default values because we want to create a new overclock effect with the basically the defaults. So if we go here, overclock drawback effect, it's mad because we need one that does this. I believe it's mad because we need something. Cannot resolve constructor. Wait. Why is this mad? It's literally here. Whatever. We'll do mob effect category and color. What color did it use? Oh, int color. Int color. And then we just use color and we use category. And then if we come here to the mod effects, we do mob effect category dot harmful color 0x0000ff. Are you going to be happy about that? Inferred type I should extend mob effect. What am I doing wrong? Before I go on, let me answer the question of what this register is. So in Forge, it has these things called deferred registers. And registers are how Minecraft handles all things like blocks, mob effects, entities. All of them go into basically a long list. And that list is like a register. It's called a registry. So at the start, you want to place all of the things you want to register into the registry. And then later on in the startup process of Minecraft, it goes through all of those and it figures out how to set them up. A deferred register is just saying we want to add something in after the fact. And then, so the original Minecraft register will load up all of its normal mob effects. So slowness, slow falling, resistance, absorption, all that stuff. But we're saying I want Forge to create a deferred one, which says just after or additionally. And that's when we shove in all of our stuff. But yeah, basically Minecraft uses a registry to store all of the information about how, or about all of the things that you can use, like mob effects, blocks, items, etc. And so we're basically just saying add to that list our new stuff. And then Minecraft knows how to access it. Or Minecraft's code, I should say, knows how to access that item then. Deferred just makes me think it just means after frames or takes. Yeah, it still means after. It just after the initial stuff is loaded. Okay, why is this mad? I gotta... Here. New mob effect, which we don't want to do. We want to do new this effect. And... why won't you let me... I think it's because I do it slightly differently than it wants me to. Register event bus. Oh, here. Hover over this. Boop. Registry object. Register string name and then supplier. Which we're doing. So why are you mad? Perimeter eye is not what this is. Should extend mob effect. This does extend mob effect. I promise you it does. Look. Still one related problem. Did I spell this wrong? No. Okay, let me look at... Let me look at the blocks registry in my thing, because I know these... Oh, wait. It might want this. Hold on. Make sure we line up the parentheses. I think if it wants a supplier, yeah, it might want this. Let's do this. Boop. And then we do new overclock drawback effect. Yeah, that's what it wants me to do. And then we do mob. Wait, we can do what? Replace with lambda reference. Okay. So then we want dot add attribute modifier. Okay, there we go. The problem was register. It needs a supplier. And I guess I misspoke a little bit to you, temporal clause. I think it was you. The shorthand for the quote : new is actually just shorthanding this lambda reference here. This one here. So this is I don't remember exactly what it's called. I think it's an empty supplier, maybe. but it's basically a lambda function that's calling a separate line of code. And so this is just doing the exact same thing as creating a brand new object of overclock drawback effect, but you can just shorthand it with this double double. So it wasn't exactly as what I said, but it's functionally doing the same exact thing. But we want to do it like this, and we don't actually need this anymore. You can delete that because we're going to always have it harmful and always have it be 000FF. But what we can do now is do the dot add attribute modifier. And this accepts an attribute, the UUID, a double amount, and the operation. And if you don't know what attributes are, which you might not know because I didn't do the attribute Palladium video yet. I don't remember what it's called either. Lambdas were briefly touched on in university when we were doing, yeah. I did lambdas a lot. And that actually kind of helped with some stuff. But this, I kind of forget that they're called lambdas and like the specifics of them, but that's okay. Anyway, we need an attribute. So we're going to do attributes dot, yep, movement speed. And then, do I need to do dot get maybe? Dot get? Nope. Just comma. Then we need the UUID, and a UUID is a, what does it stand for? Unique Universal Identifier. What does UUID stand for? I don't remember exactly. Universally Unique Identifier, so I was just backwards a little bit. It's basically a string of characters that is not going to be generated by something else. So it's a huge list of characters, and the odds of you generating one UUID compared to, or two UUIDs that are the exact same are very, very, very impossible. So with attributes, what we do is we assign the attributes that we're changing a UUID, so that way we can go and reference it later. So if I, for example, have an attribute that slows the player down by 50%, if I ever want to shut that 50% off slowdown off, I need to be able to access that attribute. And to do that, all I have to say is, okay, that attribute has a UUID of whatever the ID is. And then Minecraft then says, okay, I have an attribute for the player that has that same number. What do you want to do with it? And you can say, turn it off, turn it on, modify it, whatever. Palladium does the same thing with attributes. So what I'd usually do is UUID generator. I usually go to this random website. It just generates a UUID. So I click copy, and then we can go ahead and just paste it as a string, just like that. So now this number is uniquely assigned to the movement speed modifier that the overclock drawback effect does. So anytime overclock drawback is used, it's using an attribute modifier with this UUID. What else do we need? We need the amount, so the amount that it's going to be slowed, and we need the operation, which is just going to be 0, an operation of 0. So for the amount, I think 0.5, I think is slow. I don't remember. Well, I guess we can see, though. If I go to slowness, movement speed. Oh, slowness is actually negative 0.1500. So we're actually going to take the exact slowness value because that's pretty much what we're trying to do is give them slowness. So we'll do that. Boop, negative. And then for the operation, we're going to do multiply total. That's just saying whatever their total speed is, like even with other attribute modifiers, we're going to multiply it all by negative 0.15, which should just slow them down. Yeah, Jaden, it has been a long time, but I'm here today. Okay, one thing I do need to figure out is how movement speed is affected or the attribute is affected, but I think it's actually just done inherently when you do the mob effect instance. Probably. We'll pretend that that's the case. All right, so we've defined this. We don't need anything else here. Do we need anything else here? Is that magic number, or is it a case, or is it a case of we don't know what Mojang devs are thinking? I don't think it's a magic number. I think it's a magic number now because of this is not the real Minecraft code. It's decompiled. So I think it became a magic number. There's definitely a reason that they have for this. I don't know what that reason is, though. So I'm just going to use it as a random number or as a magic number. I could give it a value. I'm just going to leave it as the default. I will give it a comment, though, because that's very true. We should not use magic numbers. The speed number, or speed attribute, is taken directly from the normal Minecraft slowness. In fact, let's just go ahead and define it inside of here. I'm going to do public static int. No, not int. Float. Is it a float? It's a double. Double. Drawback underscore speed underscore slow. And then we'll set this equal to this value here. Drawback speed slow. We paste this up here. And there we can say that it's taken from the original Minecraft. There we go. So now we're not actually referencing a completely random number. It still looks very dumb, but what can you do? Thoughts on PvP ranked? What does that mean? Ranked PvP? In what instance? In Minecraft, and you know, I don't know. Okay, that's actually all we need to register this effect. Because I have it already set up inside of the main here, inside of the main class, to register all of the mod effects. So we should see this show up. And actually, we have to come up here because we have to go back to the overclock effect. And we actually have to get rid of the drawback effect inside of this. And this one too, because we don't want it to do double. So now let's run this and see. You get stomped every time you play ranked. It's like an addiction. You keep playing it even though it's so bad. That's true. If you're just talking ranked PvP in general, or ranked games in general, I don't really... I like the idea of like getting high ranked, but... Oh, the PvP ranked mod coming out. It's like MCSR ranked, but for PvP. PvP ranked mod. We'll look at it in a second. Let's make sure that this thing's working. Let's see. So if we do /effect give dev, we should see Quill. Here's our overclock drawback effect. We're going to give it 10 seconds. Amplifier, we're going to do 0 because I want to see if it... slow. So there we go. We've got the slowness. And we have the name, so we're going to have to change that name. What we really want to see is if I increase the amplifier to like 10, is it going to... Okay, so yeah, it looks like the... Oh yeah, we can't move at all. That's crazy. So it looks like the add... Where is it? where is it? Where is it? Here we go. The add, no, this one. The add attribute modifier is automatically scaled based on the amplifier of the effect, which is good. So we can actually go in here and we can delete the apply effect tick because we don't actually need that. So this is really all we need. And we can actually delete all these import statements too. So that's it, actually. So very simple. We didn't really need the whole Java class, but that's okay. Do I know my player data UUID by heart? Not the full thing, but I know it when I see it. I know the first couple of characters. And I'm not in, I guess technically I am in the middle of a refactor, yeah. So I wrote this original add-on in Palladium, just using regular Palladium. And now I'm converting it to a actual Java mod because the person who wants me to do it has a few more requests that are easier, just kind of easier to do in a Java mod. So, yeah. Okay, so that's the drawback effect. So we can do now the enhanced metabolism. Would it be dangerous to share? No, it's not dangerous to share because you can look it up. Because they're generated based on your player name. So if I go into Minecraft UUID lookup, if I just go to this UUID to username converter and type in my name, look up. There we go. There's my skin. There's my UUID. So it's not something that's hidden and you can't really do anything with it. So yeah, there you go. You plugged it into the chat. Yeah, or NameMC can do it too. Okay, so this one, enhanced metabolism, this effect, all this does is it increases it heals every 4 seconds, but it does a small heal. So it's basically a really slow regeneration. So we're going to go here, right click, new Java class. And similarly actually no, this one's going to be called enhanced metabolism. This one's going to extends mob effect just like the others. Import that class, hover over, create constructor, matching super. And again, I'm going to make this public. Enhanced metabolism. We don't need that. Category is going to be mob category dot beneficial. Color is going to be, what color are we doing? Also blue, which it shouldn't be. Well, it should be probably something else, but whatever. I don't really care. At override, implement methods, apply effect tick. So this one's just going to be, like I said, it's going to be a heal every 4 seconds. What I'm actually going to do is check out how Minecraft does regeneration. Because we might be able to do the same thing. Regeneration. Oh, actually, no. I bet it uses the player tick. So we're not going to do it like Minecraft does it. We're going to do it our own way. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay, so apply effect tick. We're going to check if change this to entity. If entity.level is client side, then return. Again, we don't want it to run. Is it like that? I already forgot. The syntax. Client side. Okay, it's just regular. Most someone could do is mess with your player data if they have access to the server files. Yeah. Reminds me of the time I doxed my social security number to a friend once. Why would you do that, Jaden? That doesn't sound very safe. Okay, so we checked that it's client side, then we need to do entity dot tick count. Oops, tick count. Again, we're using modulus to see if it's a multiple of, this time it's 80, so every 4 seconds. If it's not equal to 0, then return. Oops. Otherwise, we do entity dot heal and the heal amount that they're going to heal. In this case, it's just the amplifier. So whatever the level of the heal is, it's going to do. And that's pretty much all that is. So we can actually delete this and even delete the overclock effect Cube.js thing altogether. We don't need it. What we could do is to make this a little easier to read. You don't really have to do this. Public static. We're going to do heal. Int. Heal. I'm actually going to do double. Heal frequency. And we're going to do this to 4. Heal frequency seconds, just in case someone wants to change it. Because I know some people get confused about converting ticks to seconds. So we're going to do this. The number of seconds to how many seconds it waits before healing the player, the entity. And then what we do is take the heal frequency seconds and we place it in here. We multiply it by 20. And we put this in parentheses just so no one gets confused. So now we can say if we want to change how many seconds that it heals. So every 3 seconds, we change it to there. Every 4 seconds, we change it there. Nothing changes down here. It's all the same. What power am I doing? We're doing a power called overclock. It's a commission power. Hey, Bandit, what are your thoughts on the 6-7 meme? I feel like I say it too much. That's my thought on it. We need to create, because we have a new mob effect, we need to create a new registry object. So let's come down here. This one's a simple one, so we don't need to worry about any fancy stuff like we did with the drawback effect. So we're just going to do mob effect, give it the name enhanced underscore metabolism, and I guess underscore effect, equals d mob effects dot register. Got to give the name enhanced underscore metabolism. And then we give it we use the shorthand for enhanced metabolism, : new. And that should be all we need for that one. You're some people. Yeah, it's just 20 ticks is 1 second. So multiply the number of seconds you want by 20. And that's usually what you have to wait to. What the confusing part is sometimes Minecraft changes where when it uses ticks and when it uses seconds, so it can be hard to understand further. Because like in the code like this, we're working with ticks, but the seconds is applied when you use like a Minecraft command. So if I do /effect give dev slowness saturation, this is in seconds. So it can be confusing. We're going to give myself enhanced metabolism, quill enhanced metabolism. We're going to give it for 100 seconds. And if we give an amplifier of 10, that should be healing me 10 hearts every 4 seconds. So let's come up here. That should heal us up all the way. Actually, it should do 11 because it's amplifier. Maybe. Okay, something is not right. Enhanced metabolism. Something is wrong. The way I said it, answering the question. Yep. Is VS Code a good IDE for Minecraft modding? No, VS Code is not an IDE. And you can't use VS Code for Minecraft modding. Yeah, I'm using IntelliJ. And it lets you build your mod. So that's how I'm able to run Minecraft right away, just through pushing this play button, is because of IntelliJ. You can't do that with VS Code. VS Code is just a text editor. It doesn't have all of the bits and bobs. So if you're doing a mod, use IntelliJ. If you're just doing regular Palladium add-ons, those are just JSON files, so text files. So you can use VS Code. Okay, so this isn't working, and I wonder if it's because I did this wrong. 4 times 20 is 80. Tick count divided by 80 is not equal to 0. Why is this wrong? The IntelliJ stuff is what devs mean when they refer to Gradle usually, right? Not necessarily. Gradle is its own kind of thing. Oh, I mean, for Minecraft Mod.dead, yes. IntelliJ is talking about Gradle. Gradle is how to best describe it? It's kind of like it's a program that manages all of the dependencies and the build operations for you. So for example, with this, I have to have a bunch of, or with this mod, I have to have a bunch of dependencies. Like I have to have Palladium as a dependency. I have to have Cube.js as a dependency, all that stuff. And so in Gradle is used to kind of manage that. So like, for example, you can, inside of my build.gradle file here, I have this repositories section, and here's where I list where to find all of the code essentially for the stuff that I need. So like Cube.js's code is located here. This Curse Maven or CurseForge mods are located here. Here's the 3 tag, or the Palladium stuff is located here. And then also has sections for dependencies. So if I go up into this one, I think, and look at dependencies here, that's where I'm depending on certain versions of Cube.js. I'm still accidentally looking at fancy menu. I can get rid of that. But it's a way to manage your dependencies and then also build your project and set up the environment. So it's used very closely, and IntelliJ kind of works well with it, but they're technically 2 separate things. It's just, yeah, it's more like Node. Yes, Gradle is more like Node.js. Yeah. Where can I learn all this stuff? Well, you can start with the Palladium tutorial series, and that's just the regular Palladium. For actual modding, you might have to look at like who's the modding guy on YouTube? His name starts with a K. Minecraft Forge modding YouTube. Modding by Cowpin Joe. Oops. Modding by Cowpin Joe. You can watch his videos. He'll teach you how to get modding. Shout him out. He's really good. He makes Minecraft modding versions or videos for all of the versions. I wish I had that motivation. Okay, so that was that distraction out of the way. Oh, we're figuring out why enhanced metabolism isn't actually enhanced metabolizing. So if we look here, apply effect tick. If the entity is client side, entity.heal. That should be everything. So we're going to do this. Actually, this is probably better. We're going to click this little debug icon. Yeah, he only kind of recently started doing shorts, I think. You already know Java, but still kind of confused. Yeah, it's definitely a lot too. Why did it fail? Deprecated Gradle features were used. I didn't touch the Gradle file. Did I accidentally delete something? I don't think so. Gradle is also very annoying. Okay, so it's still working. It's just gaslighting me. Run. Okay. Okay, well, it thinks I'm using a wrong Java version. Am I ever going to catch up in fsangs? He updates like every month. I don't know. Well, technically, I didn't create Gradle. Gradle just does its own gaslighting. I think it's probably because I'm doing Java 21. Let me change it to Java 17 and see if it stops complaining. Nope, still failed. Whatever. So I guess we're not going to debug to figure out why it's wrong. We're just going to have to do it ourselves. Yippee. Enhanced metabolism effect. Enhanced metabolism. It could be that the power is messing with it. Come to think of it. So let's try. And I didn't call it effect. We'll change that once it reloads. There we go. Boop. Single player. I'm going to try removing the overclock power because I think it's probably causing the problem. I can live in denial. /superpower remove overclock. Does not have that superpower. It's mad. Overclock is mad. Overclock. So I can't remove it because it is mad. Quill overclock drawback does not exist. That's because it's overclock drawback effect now. Thank you very much. The one bad thing about developing like this inside of IntelliJ is that you can't /reload changes. It's so sad. Overclock drawback is now overclock drawback effect. Same thing for enhanced metabolism. Which enhanced metabolism, that's good. We're going to come back down here. We're going to do this, right click, refactor, rename. We're going to add effect onto the end of this. And go into mod effects, effect. Enhanced metabolism effect. And then actually we have to go back to overclock and do enhanced metabolism underscore effect. Underscore effect. Underscore effect. Oh my gosh, it's everywhere. Control C, Control V. Here. Here. It's definitely probably getting mad. Effect, 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 effect. Okay. Run. Let's see if this works. See you later, Jaden. Have a good night. And that's true. Temporal clause. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll just develop the Palladium just in the regular environment and then do the extra stuff inside of the IntelliJ. But in this case, since we're moving over new potion effects and abilities, that's not the case. We can't do that. All right, so we have this. This gave us enhanced metabolism effect 2. Let's just sit here and wait to see if we heal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we doing the Ute quirk today? No, unfortunately we're not. /superpower remove overclock dev /effect give dev quill metabolism infinite amplifier 100. It should be healing, but it's not. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to come here. We're going to go to the effect inside of the tick. Since we can't debug because it's bullying us, we're going to do a logger. And it's actually, I think, quill, the quillverse dot logger. Forge dot logger. There we go. Dot info. Healing the entity. This will now tell us if it's actually running this apply effect or if this got screwed up. Which I don't see how this could have gotten screwed up, but we'll see. The logger comes from the main file in here. We defined a static static constant of a logger. And so now we can access this in any, because it's static, we can access it in any file that's inside of the Forge folder. And so I do that so that it always logs with this nice little message first. And then you can also define the colors of the messages and stuff. Put it at the top or it might return early before it logs. So now that's what we're trying to figure out, if it's returning early. Because if it is returning early, then I'll know that I messed this up somehow. And if it's not, then we know that this is messed up. So if we sit and watch down below, we should see after a certain amount of time the log. And we're not seeing it. So that tells us that it's returning here or here. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this fancy thing that I tried to do so we could read it. We're going to change this back to is this equal to 80. And we're going to check. Let me look here at my old potion effects. Is duration effect false? No, we don't need to do that. Decay. My decay effect should have it. Is client side return. Oh, we don't use this. That might have been the problem, actually. Let me put this back to this. I think the fact that we didn't call this method is probably going to be the problem. Is this fabric modding? Yes and no. It's Palladium. It's a mod for Palladium. Palladium is cross-platform. So it works on Forge and Fabric. So technically it supports that. However, I'm just doing the Forge because that's all that the person who commissioned this is doing. Toothless is just so cute. He's just dancing around. All right, let's see if this runs. Do, 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 do. Hello? Do we still have it? We do. Remind me, I gotta remove fancy menu. Okay, so it's not going. Why not? Effect. Let me double check this. Enhanced metabolism effect. I'm actually going to change this because, well, no, keep that for now. We're going to rename that later. Hey, random, how are you? We're just working on a commission. So since it's not doing either of these things, which this should be fine even without the try resource statement. And this should be fine too. We're going to put in another log statement up here. And we're going to do should be client checked. And then down here, we're going to do tick count. And we're going to change this back to modulo of 80. Maybe that was what was going wrong. Wait. Hold on. It might be a type issue. I wonder if I change this to an int, if that's going to make it work. Either way, we have the two messages, so we should be able to see. You have no idea what any of this is. Well, we're currently adding in a custom potion effect that slowly heals. It's a worse version of regeneration, so it only heals every 4 seconds, the player. So that's what we're doing. I'm doing good as well, random. Is the new video about learning to code for Palladium going to come up soon? Yeah, I'm going to finish it up either tomorrow or Thursday. Because tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday? Whoa. Okay, well, Thursday or Friday. Oopsies. How is today Wednesday? I feel like Tuesday just didn't happen. Weird. Okay, is it bad that I don't remember Tuesday at all? All right, we should be able to see log statements popping up. We're not seeing anything. We're going to clear everything. We're going to give dev quill enhanced metabolism effect for 15 seconds, amplifier 1. 2, 3, 4. So notice how it's not doing anything. I looked at the clock and then my phone and realized it was Wednesday and not Tuesday. Yeah, that's crazy that. You want to learn how to make high-ish quality add-on packs since making them currently based entirely on symbiotes. That's cool. Yeah, I'll keep going them. I'll keep going with them. Oh, the metabolism effect is like an enhanced healing. Okay, so this is not applying effect tick at all. This isn't working. This is not being called whatsoever because we're not seeing this, we're not seeing this, or this. So that leads me to believe I registered it wrong, which I don't think I did because enhanced metabolism effect right here extends mob effect. Yeah. I don't believe it's still registered up here. It's not. So why is this not applying anything? Like it should be doing something at the very least. I would push debug, but we can't. Is it because this is in it? No, there's no way this is the problem. Let's just go bare bones. Let's go this. Let's go entity modulo 80. Just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure the static thing is not the problem. We are overriding apply effect tick. I'm pretty sure I registered it right. Let me take a look at my notes here. We go to mob effects, which is defined up here. Dot register the name, enhanced metabolism effect, and then enhanced metabolism new. So that should be working. Let me relaunch it just to see. Secret high quality add-on packs is the visuals. The average player does not care if your code is bad. Correct. Although I care if your code is bad. Yeah, as long as the assets are good, that's really what most people care about. Like, it could be the worst performing thing ever, and people will still say, oh my gosh, but did you see the effects on that? Because honestly, the effects are what sells it. Slash effect give me quill enhanced metabolism effect for 15 seconds. Amplifier 1. Why isn't it doing anything? This is so strange. Let's do a search. Enhanced. Okay. Nope. Doesn't do anything. This is so strange. Like your black. The black whip was not even a real asset. It's a render. That's crazy. So something is wrong with this effect, and I don't know why. But it is not calling. Like, I'm registering it. Am I not? Or did I do something wrong here? Mod effects.register. And it's showing up. Do I do this as a side hustle? I mean, technically, since I still don't have a real job, it's my only job. Anyway. So, let me do at override. Apply instantaneous effect. Is duration effect. Is instantaneous. What if I return true here? Was that what I was missing? I doubt it. That would be really dumb if it was. What else could I be missing? Display name, color. Is beneficial. No, we do that. Could you imagine if this was the problem? I mean, like, technically YouTube is my main thing, yeah, because I don't have another job. It's just not as lucrative as a real job is. Let's just say that. Currently in cybersecurity major in college, I'm just starting to get my footing with any kind of coding. Oh my gosh, that was the problem. You have to say that it's a duration effect. By default, it doesn't. So if this is not true, this isn't going to run. This is so dumb. Whatever. I guess we learned something today. All that issues could have been resolved if I just put in that one line of code. As usual with coding. So let me take this heal frequency thing back and stick it back in here. We're still going to keep this an int, though, because it doesn't. There's no reason for it not to be. This times 20. All right, that was the problem. But this should now heal us without text. Keep note of it. Well, see, I would have, like, I knew this was a thing. I just didn't know it actually did anything. I thought it was more for... I actually didn't know what it was for. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know it functionally did anything. Yeah, alpha masks are pretty confusing. Boop. Single player, Quillverse. Here we go. I bet this is going to work just fine. Let's check the health. Wait for it. Oh, wait. Slash effect give dev quill enhanced metabolism effect. We'll give it for 100 seconds. Amplifier of... It heals the amplifier, so we'll do 10. Sure. 10. 1, 2, 3. Well, 4. I just counted slow. But it's healing. It's working. All right. Perfect. So let's give them names. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. To give names to things, you would just have to define it inside of the en_us file, and that's going to be inside of wherever you did it. So for Forge, I'm going to go into Resources, Assets, lang, or mod ID, then lang, and then you have an, or make a en_us.json. If you're doing Palladium add-ons, same thing. Go into your assets, mod ID, lang. You can have an en_us for English, or you do the other things for different languages. Just look up what the name of the translation file is. It depends on what language you're doing, but a quick Google search will tell you. But in here, you just have to give it the information, or not the information, the resource ID that's here. So in this case, it's going to be effect.quill.enhancedMetabolism effect. So I do effect.quill.enhanced_metabolism. And I'm actually going to get rid of the effect because I'm going to rename it. But we just do enhanced metabolism. And so this is now saying, whenever it sees this, convert it to this. Does the en_us file get set as a default even if player is using another language? Or will you have to define it in every language file? I think en_us is the default, yes. So it will always default to English unless the player changes their language in Minecraft. If they change their language in Minecraft, it still uses English unless the correct translation file is here. If it's in here, then it will use it. So let me just find the names. Yeah, here we go. So like a quick Google search, like if you wanted to do French, it would be FR_CA. I guess that's Canadian French. ES_MX for Mexican Spanish, etc. So you would have to do that. That's why some mods, you'll see them just have people who translate for them. All they're doing is taking these files and then creating the correct file for whatever language they're translating it to. So you technically don't even need to know code to do a translation file. Do you have any extra plugins for VS Code or using the .java and .class code properly? Or no? Well, I don't recommend doing Java in VS Code. I'm using IntelliJ here. So I wouldn't recommend using that for VS Code. But if you do it in VS Code, I have something that makes it look nice. This is just an extension for... This is the Atom 1 dark theme. It automatically deals with Java. I also have the Java, there's a Java extension. So I get those, so it looks nice, but you don't have like the autocomplete in VS Code. You only have this. That's only in IntelliJ. Okay, so I'm going to change I was changing the name of Enhanced Metabolism. So Shift F6 to quick rename. Instead of calling it effect, we're just going to do... actually, no. Cancel. This can be effect. We change it here. And then we do a Control-Shift-F for _effect. Oops. I'm pretty sure the only place I use it is inside of the Palladium file. Inside of overclock.json. My bad for coughing. Metabolism _effect. We're going to replace that with this. Boop. All right. So now that should be good for all of the potion effects. We don't have... Oh, wait, no. We need to translate the overclock drawback effect. We need a translation for that. So that's going to be overclock drawback. Nah, honestly, I'm going to get rid of the effect here too, because I don't like that for the name. Let me go back here. Just search for _effect. Oops. I'm just going to get rid of this. And that should be good there. Let's go to the translation file. To add more entries, you just add a comma, and then you just paste it in. So it's going to be the exact same key. Effects use the same key where it's effect.modID. You just have to change this thing. And it just has to match. So it's going to be overclock underscore drawback. And we'll just say overclock drawback. And then we could technically add in textures for the potion effects. I need to figure out with the person who's commissioning it if they want me to do the effects or if they have someone else who does them. I think they have someone else who does textures, but we'll see. How do you add a custom sound? Are you talking about in Palladium or in Java modding? Don't forget to remove the fancy menu or whatever you said to remind you about before. Yeah, I'll do that once I verify that this works. I'll push this stuff to Git and then do it. Because we don't want to mess it up. Because build Gradle files, they can be messy. Okay, let's do superpower. Superpower add overclock. So now if we do this, we should have enhanced metabolism. We have some sort of effects. It looks like we have jump boost and we got the armor effect. We'll turn this off. We should have overclock drawback. We do not have overclock drawback. Oh, that's because we did not change it inside of the actual ability. The ability is supposed to do the drawback, I bet. Yep. So, boop. There we go. But that, we can see here, though, it has an actual name now, which is good. So the other one's going to have a name. We're going to commit this, and then we're going to add in the abilities and turn them into Java. Right now, they are Cube.js abilities, and we don't want that. We want it to be Java abilities instead. So first thing, let's go into here. This is the GitHub repository for it. And we just need to make sure everything is all good. So usually it's best to kind of go through and verify your changes are all good. I am pretty convinced mine are because I just made them. Oh, here's the has effect condition. We don't want to push that because we don't need it. But everything else looks good. So I'm going to do added in overclock and refactored effects. We're going to commit the 9 files to main. And I don't have this as a repository yet. So that's all we have to do. And now you reminded me, we got to delete fancy menu as a dependency. So I'm going to go into the build Gradle, search for fancy. It's not in here. It's this build Gradle. Fancy menu. Fancy menu, concrete, and melody. Delete those. But we're there. They're all from Curse Maven, so just doing that should be good. So we click the little elephant reload button. Your specialties are in making textures, icons, skins, models, sound effects, and so on. Coding's the main thing I'm trying to learn. Yeah, that's always... I don't want to say it's easy to do the texture stuff, because it's definitely not. It's easy to implement them. It's not easy to create, like do the actual creative part of it. Build failed. I'm going to pretend that that wasn't me. Because adding it in is usually as easy as just drag and dropping in whatever textures into the correct folders. But actually implementing, or obviously making them, is a lot harder because I can't very well draw a straight line. Not to mention coming up with the concepts of how it looks, then putting those concepts into action. So glad I got Mr. Moo to help out. For my textures, how much time do you spend documenting what you want? And how much time, or how much of it just stays in your head? Well, I tried at the start to make sure I document stuff in like GitHub. The problem is I'm kind of all over the place. But for this commission, fancy menu should not be in here anymore, so that looked like it worked. For this commission, it's already, I worked a little bit with, or quite a bit, planning out the powers, so they're mostly marked down. And that's easier because since I'm working with someone else who's actually like would look at the code and stuff, I have to force myself to make sure things are documented beforehand. So that's like a little blessing. It's more work, but it becomes a better product. Remove fancy menu from Gradle. There we go. Get out of here, fancy menu. Documenting has always been something you enjoyed doing, but you struggle while with using your own documentation after it's written. I also do that. I totally forget that I wrote the stuff, which is very counterintuitive, but whatever. All right, next thing we need to do is let's move these abilities to Java abilities. This really doesn't have to be done. I'm going to do it anyway because I'm in the teaching mood. Also, because it's considered procrastination. So inside of abilities, create a new package called overclock. The naming convention, by the way, of folders is actually lowercase. And I say that as I had an uppercase here. I just forgot. So let me just refactor that. I'm going to have to repush these. Let me repush those. Refactored the name. There. As I was saying, I have a new overclock abilities. We have 3 abilities that I think it's 3. We have the heartbeat ability. We have the random overclock ability. And that's it. So I lied. There's only 2 abilities. The heartbeat, all this does is it plays a heartbeat sound effect inside of the player's ears. It's an ability so that we can toggle it on and off and then control how fast it is. So let's do this one first. So we're going to do new Java class, heartbeat ability. I always name my abilities with whatever it is with just ability at the end. You don't have to, but I do that. And this is going to extends, you'll never guess, an ability. Wow. Now let me pull up my reference to make sure that I don't screw this up crazy bad. What's an easy one that I can do or look at? Probably this one. Yep. All right. So if we look at the old one had one property in it. This is the frequency, how often it does the heartbeat. So we'll need to add that property in here. Overclock drawback could be kind of called overheating. Not necessarily, because this one isn't really like overheating temperature-wise. Is there any good way to add animation, and can you tell me a good platform to make the animation? Are you talking about 2D or 3D animation? While they think about that, we're going to do a public static final constant Palladium property float, not a float. Yes, a float, because we want frequency. Frequency. Import class equals a new float property. Property. And I believe we have to give it the name. Yes, the key. So this is going to be frequency. Hold on. Frequency. There we go. Dot configurable to give it a description name. And it's going to be how often the heartbeat sound effect plays. And I believe, yes, that's all we need for that. So we'll hit a semicolon. Boop. Palladium animation where I can make my arm go up so I can shoot a blast of energy or something like that. Oh. So those type of animations, you don't actually necessarily make them with any tool. Palladium has an animation thing built in. Let me see if I can pull up what one of my animations is. Do I not have any animations anymore? Where do they go? Hold on, I'm looking for my animations. Is it in assets? This folder's empty. Here we go. So here's an example from my quirk lib. So Palladium has this, you can register animations through Cube.js. The animations are controlled through the JSON file, but here you just kind of define what it's doing using this builder. This is only for like really basic stuff. So in this case, all it's doing is moving the entire, it's getting the body of the player and it's setting the Y position, the offset of the body. It's moving it down by 11. And it's using this .animate based on this progress value, which is defined inside of the actual ability or the power.json file. Inside it uses the timer ability or the animation timer ability, and it's just matched with the same name. And so what you do is you enable that timer, and then this automatically just checks what that value of the timer is, and it moves or it animates the character correspondingly or based on that. So like if you wanted to move the hand, you would do like get body or get hand, and then you would set the X, Y, or Z, whatever rotation you need to do. And then you would animate it based on a animation timer ability inside of the power file. And that would be kind of how you do it. I'll do a video explaining it in more detail because it's hard to explain it without showing. But you can also use Blockbench, or you can also use GeckoLib animations, and that's where you would use something like Blockbench or the tool Blockbench to create the actual animations. What are y'all talking about? Don't know about controversy. Did I get everything? Sims Armored Industries. Oh, I have not checked out that. I'm thinking about making a common writer add-on, so having flashy poses would be kind of necessary. Yes, it would be. Or would that be something I would just have to code myself? Oh, I'm getting confused. All your profile pictures look the same. Black and white. Okay, so your question was, does anyone know of a way to add an inventory for your abilities so you can move them around and swap out the ones in the ability bar? Palladium doesn't have... Oh yeah, Palladium definitely does not have that. I was thinking of adding that for mine as part of my library and having that be where you could actually choose what powers are listed where. But that's something you would need to Java code. You can't just do that in Palladium, and I don't think you can do it in Cube.js. Okay, what was I doing? I was adding in a new ability. So we have the property. Then we need to do the constructor. Public heartbeat ability. It's going to be an empty constructor. And I just do super, and then this dot with property. And then we do the name of the property, which is frequency. and then we give it the example. So we'll just do 10.0. Boop. And what? Oh, wait. It's a float, so don't put it in quotes. And put an F because it's also a float. And let's see. We need to. This is technically an integer. If I'm integer, yeah, integer property. We're gonna change that to 20 because I check it based on integer. Okay, so then we need to do @override or implement, and we need to override the tick. Boop, this one. This method, similar to the mob effect, is ran every tick that the power or that the ability is given to someone, which we don't want it to do. We want it to only run if the power is enabled. So we're going to do if enabled. If the power is enabled, then we can do our logic. What we're going to do in this case is we're going to get the property, and then we're going to check to see if the ability has been enabled for that number of ticks. Then we're going to use the play sound command. But in Java, we don't have to necessarily use the play sound. We can use something else. But let's see here. So first things first, we got to grab the frequency from the property because the property is passed in. So we're going to do int frequency equals, and then, oops, get out of my way. And then I believe it is entry, which is this ability instance. So entry dot get property, and then we give it the name, which is not the name, but the reference to it, which is our constant, and that's going to be frequency. And so that's going to return an integer. And I don't think we have to do anything else with that. So now we just have to see if the entry dot first we need to check if the first we need to check if it's enabled and entity dot level dot is client side, which we should be able to use this, and we want to check if it's not client side. So if the power's on and if it's not a client side tick, essentially, so it's ticking on the server. Actually, no, this one can be client side. Because we don't want it to be... I don't know if we want this client side or not. We might need to change it. Test in... Let me do a to-do. Test in multiplayer to see if client side or not. Maybe... No, because I think we have to check server. Can you pass parameters into super constructor call, or can it only be used to call with default values? Are you talking in general, or are you talking with abilities? Temporal clause. Like specifically Palladium, or are you just talking about super constructor in general, or super in general? While you think about that, I'm going to do then if entry dot get enabled ticks modulo frequency equal to 0. If it's a multiple of this many ticks, basically, we then want to play the sound. And I think we can do entity, can I spell? Entity.level dot play local sound. Because I don't think, no, we don't want local sound. We want to play sound to the entity, this one. We want to play it at their location. So we do play it at entity, let's see, block position, or we do the double. Which one of these do we need to use? I don't think it really matters. Let me look in my quirk lib to see which one I used before, because I know I do it quite a bit. This just plays it null player. Oh, okay. We can do entity.block position. Then we need to do the sound. So sound events dot heartbeat, word and heartbeat. Sound source dot players. We give it the volume. We're going to do 0.8 F. It's mad because I did a period instead of a comma. And then what's the last thing that we need? It is, oh, the pitch, which I think is just 1.0 F. So that should play it at the entity, I'm thinking. And this replaces the run command silent call, which we don't want to, which running commands you don't usually want to do too much if you can help it. So now this should just on tick, it checks if the power is enabled and if it is a server, if it's running on the server, then we grab the frequency that we pass in from the ability and we check if it has been that long. And if it has, then we just play the ward and heartbeat, the bump. We're going to go into ability register here because we do need to register, as with everything, you do need to register them. And the way that I figured to do this, I just kind of went through and copied Palladium's a little bit. Whether it's right or not, I don't know, but it works. So we're going to do public static final. Oh, sorry, I gotta answer your question. You said for abilities. So okay, can you pass parameters into the super constructor call, or can it only be used to call with default values? You can pass parameters, yes. It just depends on what super is doing, or what super is referring to. So in the case of abilities, if we look at the ability class, it doesn't have a constructor with parameters. So we can't add any parameters in here because it's not, there isn't a constructor that accepts parameter. Super is, in this case, super is the same as calling this from the other, or from the above class. So it wouldn't make sense if we put in any sort of values like, is it 10 here? It wouldn't make sense here because it doesn't accept anything here. How do people learn to do this? Watching YouTube videos, like modding with Cowp and Joe. Also, people are just really smart. Like the original people who created Forge and stuff, they just knew what they were doing. It's crazy. They watch and make it muscle memory. Yes, that too. Does Quilt have to be coded in Java? I don't know. I haven't used Quilt before. How do you decide what topics to cover on the Palladium coding tutorials? Because the topic I'd personally be interested later on is capabilities of tags and scoreboards. Yeah, I plan on doing both of those. It was just more of what I felt like was really useful and what people would try to do. Like the reason I chose energy beams was because a few people were, that's like the first thing people are trying to do, and it's the most like flashy thing that they would do. And it's also the least complicated when it comes to things you can do with it. It's complicated to make the asset and to make the beam look like unique or whatever. But in terms of what it does, all it really does is just shoots out a beam, you know, or it shoots out a laser and maybe sets stuff on fire, maybe doesn't, you know. But that's why I did that one. The next one I'm planning on doing is the command ability, just going over that and showing people that they can like literally do anything with that. Anything you can do in Minecraft commands, you can do with the command ability. And then after that, I'm just going to, just pick. I'll either do polls or just ask and see kind of what you do. If no one has any suggestions on things they want to hear right away, then I just do whatever I feel like, But I'll try to break down to things that I have done, and scoreboards and tags. Those are things that'll definitely get covered. Okay, back to this. So we're creating a new registry supplier this time. And it's going to be a type of ability. And we got to give it the name of the ability. So heartbeat. Do I want to add it? Whatever. I'm going to do that. That's what I named it. Then down in this static block declaration, we're going to initialize it. So we're going to do heartbeat ability equals, and it's going to be defer abilities.register the name of it, which is heartbeat. Did I name it heartbeat ability here? I just deleted it. What do I name it? Overclock. Heartbeat. Heartbeat. I just name it heartbeat. Okay. So that's what I'm going to name it. Boop. Boop. Just name it heartbeat. We're going to give it heartbeat ability. Not that. Heartbeat ability : new. Again, shorthand for the supplier lambda function. And that should be all we need. Although, we should probably give it a better documentation. Nah, we'll see how this looks when it loads up. If I go into the run of Forge and into mods and documentation for abilities and open it up in Microsoft Edge, we should have the Quillverse. Here's our heartbeat ability. You can notice it doesn't have a description, but it does have all of the fields, and there's our frequency integer that we added with a default value of 60. Fallback value of 60. Why is it fallback to 60? I did not think I set it to 60 to fall back. I set it to 20. Whatever. Just doing whatever it wants, I guess. Wait, is this the right one? Yes, it is. Anyway. Whatever, I will just say that it's... Why isn't it 20? We're going to hit stop here. We're going to add a few things that we missed. So at override implement methods. Why is it 60? That's making me mad. We're going to override this get documentation description. This just returns what the documentation says for the description. Crazy, I know. But we're going to call this the plays a heartbeat sound effect to the player based on a frequency set in the properties. All right, now if I reload that, it should have a description here instead of just settings, what is confusing is that I have random overclock here, but I didn't think I did random overclock yet. I definitely didn't. which I'm thinking that it's not working. Oh, there we go. Failed to load enhanced metabolism effect. No class definition found. Is it mad because I named it wrong? It's mad because I named it wrong. If I do F6, change this to effect. Or this, is it going to be happy? Refactor. Run. Did I... Oop. What? Cannot find symbol overclock drawback effect. Huh? It's right there. Hello? What? Huh? What? Why? Why? Excuse you. This is the correct one, I promise. Cannot find declaration to go to. Wait, is this spelled wrong? Overclock, drawback, effect. Overclock, drawback, effect. I think that import messed something up. com.github.manhouse.forge.effects.overclock drawback effect. Run. Okay, we're just going to undo until we undo the name change. Clearly that was, yeah. All right, run that. How's it going? We're randomly running into some stupid errors. Do I prefer VS Code or IntelliJ? It depends on what I'm doing. VS Code they're two different things. I prefer VS Code because I like that I can make it look however I want, but well, you can do that with IntelliJ. It just depends on what I'm doing. Gonna be honest. So the problem is I changed this name, I think. I think it's mad about that. Or sorry, this name, and I think it's mad. So we're gonna do Shift F6. We're gonna name this to enhanced metabolism. And do refactor. That should not affect it in any way whatsoever. Run. And then it gets mad about overclock drawback effect. That doesn't make any sense. Let me do this. Why is it mad about this? It has no right to be mad, you know? No right whatsoever. I changed enhanced metabolism, and it gets mad at overclock drawback. Not used there. Not used there. Well, when all else fails, we just close IntelliJ and open it back up again and hope that fixes the problem. We'll have it re-index. And run. Hopefully that fixed the problem. Because if it didn't, we can't undo anymore. Because I deleted the changes. Cannot find symbol. Overclock drawback effect. It's literally right here. Like what? Now, this is an instance of it really bullying me. Why does... Can I undo? Nope. All right. All right. Why is it mad all of a sudden? This doesn't make any sense. Cannot find symbol, import. But it can. Import. Hello is right there. It exists. Is there some other error, some elsewhere? Okay, what if I just move this out? Then will you run? Yes. Okay, let me move you back into the folder. Cannot find enhanced metabolism. Okay, move you out of the folder. Whoa, conflicts detected. Oh, that's just in a crash. Refactor anyway, who cares? There you go. Run. It's running. So let's put this back into the overclock folder. Refactor anyway, we don't care. It's just refactoring the log files. Run. Why can't I have these two in the same folder? What if I just do overclock.star? Just import everything. Oh, cannot find symbol overclock drawback effect. What? So apparently I can't have these in refactor anyway. Can I just not have these in the same folder? No, I just can't have them in the overclock folder. Whatever. You know, I'm over it. I don't know why that's doing that. Whatever. Who cares? Not me. But I will care though. Enhanced metabolism, overclock drawback. The lion does not concern himself with the overclock folder. Yes. We're just giving up on it. Who cares? If it doesn't want to exist in that folder, I'm not going to force it. Okay, let's see /effect give 5 give dev quill. All right, those are working. Now let's check this thing. If we refresh this, there we go. There's the documentation description. Now that's there. And this updated to 20. So something was just not updating. So that's working good. Let's go to okay, yeah. So there, heartbeat is there. If we do this and press 1 and listen. I didn't hear a heartbeat. I could be crazy. But I didn't hear anything. All right, let's try that again. Everyone listen. Shh. I don't hear it. I don't think it's working. Hostiles up. No, we registered it as a boop. It's registered or playing, I guess, as a player sound. Volume 0.8. Did I delete the old one? Let's put the volume at 1.0. My fear is this is the problem. Unless this 20 is No, this is okay. I was thinking 20 was seconds. No, it's not. It's ticks. Let's go here. Overclock abilities. We deleted it from there. Overclock.json. Quill heartbeat. Quill heartbeat. Is that what it's named? Heartbeat ability registered as heartbeat. So that's good. I'm not missing something in ability register, am I? No, don't think so. So then this is probably wrong. I usually only play it at players. What we could do is just check if it's an instance of a player. So we do and, where's my and key? And entity, and actually we can delete this. We do and entity instance of server player. Stop it. Player. We could get rid of the client side check because the entity would not be an instance of server player. If it was on the client, it would be an instance of player or local player, one of the two. But server player means that it is. So now we can, instead of doing entity.level, we do player.level. And we see if this works better because this play sound does have a player thing. So let's see if that works. And if this isn't working, we'll switch it to regular player. Like you said, temporal clause. Because it could also be that it should only run on the client. Boop, boop, boop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. As Sia would say. Oh. Oh, wait, we have drawback on? Yeah. We got the drawback. We gotta wait 15 seconds. 11, 10, 9. Use this last 10 seconds to say hopefully everyone's day is going great. Boom. All right, listen for the heartbeat. I'm not hearing a heartbeat. Let's change this to player. Maybe that's the problem. Let's find out. Let me look at my old code to see if play sound. Server level dot play sound, and it does null. Player dot block position. So before I always played it to nothing, and I just played it at the location. So basically replacing that first line with null. But I don't want to do that because I want only the player to hear it. Which I assume that's what this is doing. It just calls play sound on player again. Play seated sound to the player. I mean, it should be playing to them. To my ears. Then I gotta wait for drawback. This should be playing every second, too. Like, come on. Speed it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, here we go. There it goes. Why is it doing it? Oops. What did I set the frequency to? I thought it was supposed to be 1 second overclock. Oh, I said it's a 60. Well, it's working now. So it was because it's not supposed to work on server. It's supposed to do client side only, apparently. Now you know. I know you were all concerned, but don't worry. That's the problem. All right, last thing, or well, not last thing, but next thing is the random overclock ability. This one's a little bit more complicated. It's got a little more going on, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same thing. So we're going to do random overclock ability class. Then again, it's going to extends ability, and we're going to do a little bit of copying. Delete that. I'm going to do a little bit of copy pasting. Actually, we literally don't need to copy paste anything. What is this? This one has no properties. It just does it. So it's actually really simple. So we'll do our constructor, public random overclock ability. We're just going to call the super. That just grabs all of the defaults for the abilities, which is fine. Then we're going to do @override or implement methods. And we need the first tick method as well as the last tick method. Maybe tick. We're going to grab them all. If I look here, the previous way I did it was I shoved everything in first tick and last tick. Which maybe we should have a regular tick. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. I'm going to copy this so I can pull it up in a different, just new text file. Pull it up on a different screen so I can reference it without going back and forth all the time. But we will be copying this. And again, I already wrote this overclock abilities thing. I wrote this already. So now we're just converting it to Java. So at the top here, we're going to put a little documentation. So the ability is going to select two of the following enhancements that are completely random. So it's going to be make you faster, make you stronger, resistance boost, or a jump boost. And this comes with fall resistance. Because if you get enough jump boost and you jump high enough, then you take fall damage, and there's no point to it. For the first tick, we do not need this. We'll first check if enabled. And if it is enabled, we need to get the player, or the entity. Well, technically this should work on everything. So we're going to do and entity dot level level dot is client side. We'll do this as a not. Let's hope that this one works this time. So if the power is enabled and it's on the server side, what we need to do is first select the random power. And so we're going to do an integer random power 1 equals a random int between 0 and 3. What is random int, you may ask? Well, it's an extra function that we're going to add here at the bottom. It's going to be a private, because we don't really need it to be public, private int, random int, and we're going to have a minimum and a maximum, or int min and int max. This is just a helper function, meaning it's not actually technically needed. I'm just going to separate a different section of code in here, so it kind of makes a little more sense. But all this is going to do when we call it is we're going to pass it in a minimum and a maximum, and we're going to have it generate a random number between those two. And actually, we might not need to do this because Java has the random class. Random. Equals new random. I think that'll do a random seed. Creates a new random generator. Sets the seed of the random number generator to a value very likely to be distinct from any other invocation. So not perfect, but doesn't matter. And now we can do equals random.nextInt. And we give it a bound, so 0 and 3. Is this inclusive? I don't remember. Let's Google it. Is random.nextInt inclusive Java? You gotta be specific. Google says is inclusive of the origin and exclusive of the bound. So we don't want that. Nextint, wait, boop. Okay, so if we just do it regular, it's exclusive. So we have 3 abilities, which means we need to do 4 because it won't count 4. It'll do 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, then we need random power 2. Also, same. So we can actually delete this helper because in Java, it's actually easier to do. So we needed that in JavaScript, but we don't need it here. Okay. And then also, what I do is I have a max tries and set that equal to 20. Essentially, what I want to do is make sure that it selects 2 random numbers, or 2 completely random ones. And if it chooses the same power, I want it to re-roll one of the powers. So we're going to say loop until we have 2 distinct numbers. Has a safety net of 20 tries. What I mean by that is we're going to do a while loop and say while the random power 1 equals random power 2, so basically these rolled the same number. While that's true and boop, boop, max tries is greater than 0. Okay, we haven't tried 20 times. We're going to do random power 2 equals random.nextInt 4. Basically, it's 0 indexed. Yes, it is 0 indexed. And this is like the number. Yeah. All right, so we're going to try to pick a new random number, and we're going to decrease. Oops, max tries. So the while loop is going to go until this condition is no longer met. So basically until these 2 are distinct. Could you use a list so it pops them out and the bound can just be the length of the list? Could you use a list so it pops them out and the bound can just be the length of the list? I'm not 100% sure what you mean. Oh, are you just saying like in general? So like if we had a array list test equals new array list. Oop. And we do test.add 1. So list of powers, pick a random index, take that power out of the list, pick the next power, so no need to check that they're unique. Oh, yes. You can do that. Probably the better way of doing it, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. The only reason I was doing it this way at the time, so basically what I'm doing is I'm just re-enabling this, or redoing this. The reason I did it this way was because I was teaching a couple of people who were watching me. I was streaming it for them. I was teaching them how to use while loops and then also teaching them how to use conditional loops to do some fun stuff. But yes, your thing is way more efficient, so we're just going to do that. We're just going to pretend that we didn't do this. Boop. Basically, what Temporal Clause rightly suggested, the better way of doing this is to create a new list here. Sorry if it seems like I'm no, I don't think you're critiquing me. You are definitely just noticing things that are correct. I'm going to definitely make them because what your suggestion is a lot more efficient. Yeah. The only reason I didn't think of it, I think, was because I was trying to follow what I had already done when I was teaching, and I didn't really care that it was efficient, but it's always better to be efficient when you can. So, a good suggestion. That's what we're going to do now. So basically what they suggested is we create a list, where I'm going to do an array list just because I like array lists. We create a new array list, and I think it's like this. Is it like that? No. Is it inside the parenthesis? Let's see. What do I put inside of here? Oh, I put the what do I want to do? I want to put in 0, 1, 2. Oh, initial capacity. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. Then can I put them in here? Oh, wait, I need to do int. Int. Oop, an array list of int. No, not there. Right. It's been so long since I used an array list. It's kind of embarrassing. So like, oops. Int. Whoa. Integer. So don't know the difference between a list or an array list. A list is just the list is the superclass. The list is the superclass of a bunch of different lists, and it has the basic methods. An array list has specific methods inside of it to pull things out and push things in. That's the main difference between these two. Okay, I'm so dumb. I need to Google array list with initial values in Java. There is an arrays.as list. Of course. Why didn't I remember that? I don't think because I haven't used it in forever. Int. Oops. Stop. Not int. This needs to be integer. Powers. No. Buffs is probably a better name. Equals arrays dot as list, and then inside of here we can place in the items. So we're just going to do 0, 1, 2, 3. Import class. So now we have this buffs, and this buffs will just essentially be 0, 1, 2, and 3. And then what we do is we do our integer of random buff 1 equals buffs dot, and then we do a remove, because remove will return the item that it's pulling out. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully I'm not wrong on that. It will remove the item that it returned out. And actually to verify that, I can do this. To verify, this should change the type to a string. If I do dot remove. Yes, it changes it to a string. Okay. Just had to double check. I didn't want to mess it up. But then we give in a random number. So we do random.nextInt, and we do the length of the array, which in this case would be 4. There's got to be a better way to do this too. Nope, there's not. Okay. Next int of the buffs dot size. There we go. Boop. And now it's going to pull out a random number between 0 and 4, and then remove that number from here, and then store it inside of random buff 1. Then we can copy this and do the exact same thing for random buff 2. And this still works because it's dynamically checking the size instead of what I was going to do before, which is the way worse way. To show that it is working or verify, we're going to do the quillverse forge.logger. Info picked, and we're just going to do plus random buff 1 plus and I could use the better formatting for this, but I didn't. Whatever. And so it picks those two. Then what we do... buffs.side or buffs.length. It's buffs.size. .length isn't a method for array lists. See, you have to convert it to an array. How much longer are you planning on streaming today? I don't know. Forever. I think you could also use push and pop if you have a use case where you are already randomized the array and you just want to pull off the top. Yes. No, that's if you use a queue. So we have to, instead of defining it as a list, we have to define it as a queue. Or not a queue, a stack. Or both. Yeah, both of them. Or there is, for sets too, I think there's a... Wait, what is random sequence? I think for sets, there's a randomize function, I believe. Anyway. Okay, so once we have the 2 random buffs, we basically just need to apply them. Or apply the attributes to those buffs. So up here on the top, inside of here, these are all constants from JavaScript, but we're going to change these because you can't use const. You got to do public static final string or UUID. Nope, it's got to be string. Public static string. Replace all these. And then we're going to use these to assign attributes based on the buff 1 and buff 2. Already at the 3-hour mark. Yeah, well, it's different when I'm getting paid to do it, I guess. So, let's see. Random power 1. So if random buff 1 is 0 or random buff 2 is 0, then we're going to do entity dot modify attribute is a cube.js thing. Do I want to use the cube.js thing, or do I want to do the normal way? Attribute, get attributes. You're staying till the end, even if it's midnight. I don't remember how to add attributes. There's this KGS, cube.js thing for adding attributes, but I don't know if I want to use that one. I keep hitting. I don't know if I want to use this modify attribute or set. Oh, wait. Get attributes. Dot add. See, I don't know. I don't know what the correct way to do this is. Is it a method on the attribute map? I don't know. Oops. As modifier, save, remove. No. Let's see. Attribute. I know I've done it before. Have I done it before? Oh, yes, and my gene scaling attribute ability. Of course. How could I not remember? Oh, because it's confusing. Okay. Instance. Okay, so adding modifiers is dumb. Can I just use the KJS one? Modify attribute. Get attribute. Because what was the modify attribute? I'm just going to try to use cube.js's modify attribute. Yeah, because you have to do all this stuff, and I don't want to type that out again. So we're going to use this and just hope it works. So then we got to pass in the attribute. So for 0, this is going to be move speed and attack speed. They're going to be a lesson about animations and adding models or new mobs. Not new mobs, because you can't really do that. I mean, you kind of can with Palladium. But animations of, yes, there will be a lesson on that. Minecraft generic.movement. I don't know what I'm typing this out. We're copying and pasting. I'm not retyping all this stuff again. Boop. Why are you mad? Oh no, it needs to be an attribute. Okay. Testing my patience. Attribute dot movement speed. Operation. Attribute operation dot addition. I think I did addition for everything. Even though movement speed should probably be a multiplication. We'll think about that later. We can do attack speed. This is going to be attack speed UUID. And this is going to go up by 0.1. These are magic numbers that I just figured out. Like I just tested and ended them. So we're going to keep them there. I might go back later and add them up here. I don't know. And attribute modifier values are kind of weird. If either one of these are 1, then we want to give them strength. And this one is going to be an actual Palladium attribute. there we go. Palladium attributes dot punch damage dot get. And for this one, I buff them by 1.5 damage. Okay, and then after that we have, I think, resistance. Yeah, it definitely can, especially when it comes to speed. Because if you multiply speed all over the place, it goes crazy. Too crazy for me. Two. This is going to be armor. Regular armor. Oh. Strength. Punch. UUID. This is going to be armor. Oh, resistance. Resistance UUID. Resistance goes up by how much? 5. 5 armor bars. Also addition. And last but not least, jump power. Would be 3. This is a Palladium attribute. Dot jump power dot get. Jump UUID. 1.5 extra blocks of jumping, even though it's not 1.5 blocks, it's some multiplier of sorts. Okay. Where do I do their fall damage resist? Oh, maybe I don't give them fall damage resistance. I don't think I do. I think I just... made it, like, very perfectly so that they wouldn't take damage. They might still take damage. We'll see. Okay, so I think that's it for the first tick. The last tick, we have to do cleanup. And all I do here is just remove every single attribute, because it doesn't really matter. And hopefully... Hopefully CubeJS lets me use the remove attribute. KJS remove attribute. Yes. So then we just need this part. No. Oh, CubeJS remove attribute. Like that. So we remove the movement speed, remove the attack speed, remove the punch speed, or not punch speed, punch damage. Meow. Already regretting putting it in open to land. I was testing the... There we go, yeah. They still take fall damage, I think. Let me jump up here. Oh, no, I turned off their fall damage. I must turn it off in player events. I don't know if I'll keep that. We'll see. Okay, there's punch. We need resistance. Resistance, remove attribute. And jump power. Remove attribute. And then what we need to do is check how long the ability was active for. Entry.get enabled ticks. And then we can give the entity add effect new mob effect instance Import class. Then we got to do mob effects dot. No, actually, it's going to be mod effects. Mod effects. There we go. Dot. Overclock drawback effect. Dot get. And we're going to give this to them for ticks active seconds. And we don't actually do ticks active, we multiply it. So we do math.floor ticks.active divided by 20 times 2. Provided double required int cast. There we go. Integers floating point context. That's okay. Because it doesn't really matter. Because we're flooring it. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm going to have to hop off and go to bed. It's almost midnight and I want to keep a decent sleep schedule. Good night and have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Temporal Claus. Thanks for the suggestion. And thanks for all your questions. It's good having someone to yap to. Integer division in a floating point context. That shouldn't matter because we want to do integer division here because we want to have it we want to have it integer divide anyway. Or flooring to get rid of it, so it doesn't matter. There. That just cuts it off. So that should give them the effect when they are done. So I think that's actually the last thing for random overclock ability. So come down here. Come here. Copy this whole line. Paste it. Overclock random underscore overclock underscore ability. Then we copy paste this. Grab this. Grab that. Register random underscore overclock. Random overclock ability. And of course, we cannot forget the documentation description. And delete tick. We don't need that. And what's it do? I think I have a good description already here. Nope. I don't. Randomly applies 1 of 4 random effects or random buffs to the entity, maybe? Entity. Those effects are going to be move speed, punch, damage, resistance, or jump power. Move speed, punch, damage, resistance, jump power. What's my typing speed? It depends on the day. Overclock abilities, we can delete this whole thing. We don't need it anymore. Delete, delete. Overclock should still be fine. Random underscore overclock. Yeah, this should be good. Yeah, but my typing speed depends. Like today it seems pretty bad because I'm sitting, usually I'm standing up. I'm sitting down. My computer or my keyboard's in a weird place. Not an optimal setup. So I keep losing my position on the keyboard. But on a good day, it's probably only like 70. What was your fastest speed? See, I don't know. I don't think I've ever gone past like 70. If this works, I'll do a typing test. Activate. Wow. It did not work. Unsupported operation exception. Hello? What was the unsupported operation? Boop. Buffs dot remove. Abstract list dot remove. I don't know what that means. What is the problem with this? Ticking player, abstract list, remove. Why does it, why? It shouldn't have mattered. You know what? We're going the lazy way. Just because I'm a little too tired to think too hard about this. We're gonna find it. Why does this have a... What was the error? Unsupported operation exception. Pop it into Google. Gemini, help out. Oh, arrays.list or list doesn't support remove. I guess. So we have to do this. There we go. All right, this should work for sure, Let me get that typing speed test ready. Is it Type Racer, which is the good one? No, Monkey Type. Oh my gosh, my typing speed is terrible. Refresh. Not start. Boop. Single player. Do 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 do. Let's try this again. Don't crash this time. There we go. Pick 0 and 1. There we go. We got speed. We got that. Turn it off. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so something is wrong with the division here. Also, that seemed very fast. Notice how the drawback effect is getting instantly zipped. That's because if we go to the ability, this is another instance where this is not actually ticks active, it's seconds. So instead of dividing it by 20, we need to not do that. And I think that's all that we need to do. Just multiply it. While that loads, let's do this. Oh my gosh. Uniform, I want this day for small year for however through set at could point will be between never worth would. Oh god, would so vary all this turn and do only 68 and 92% accuracy. Ugh, we need to practice. You'd think all I do is type all day. You'd think I'd be faster. All right, see you, Mr. Moo. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out. All right, this should last longer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, like 6 seconds. So it's working perfectly. There's our speed boost. Then disabled. Activated again. Oh, it just gave us strength, it looks like. Boom, 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 boom. Perfect. That's working. We can comment out this thing because we don't really care what it's picking, or we don't want to know what it's picking. And I think that's all of the overclock moved over. Except I think there is a... I'm pretty sure there's something inside of the player effects. Startup. Hold on, I'm checking in the old Palladium add-on files and seeing if there is something that stops the fall damage. Something has to do the fall damage. Control Shift F to overclock. Are we going to learn about custom icons for abilities and effects? Yes. Because those are actually pretty easy. Those are pretty easy. Oh, wait. It gets fall immunity from here, I think. Fall. Yeah, fall resistance. We get that when we are falling. No, right here. Wait. Enabling stage 1 overclock is enabled. We don't really want... So they have infinite fall resistance when it's enabled? Is that what I'm seeing? Probably change that. I'm so slow. Clear my effect so I can jump. Wee. Oops, wait. I had to turn on... Oh, I can't sprint. I just don't take damage. Or I don't take fall damage when my over boots are on. I don't know if that's... I need to write that down as like a question to the person. Should overgame disable all fall damage? Okay. Whatever. Either way, that's working. Even without the jump boost, yeah, because all it's doing is checking if stage 1 overclock is enabled. And if it is, it's disabling all fall damage. Which, I mean... It's not the end of the world. Do you want enhanced metabolism to disable when drawback enabled? For now, we'll ignore it. Okay, let me go through the rest of Overclock's abilities. So there's 6 stages. So we need to add a few stages here, because I only added in 3. All of them are dummy things, because they don't actually do anything. There's no functionality to them. They're purely for unlocking. So let's see. So there's 6 stages. So stage 1 is a leather chest plate. We're going to do an armor stand. Stage 2 is going to be a leather chest plate. Item. Stage 3 is going to be an iron chest plate. Sorry, no. A chain mail. Is it chain mail or chain? Someone look that up before I do it. Stage 4 is going to be iron chest plate. Stage 5. Is that right? Yep. Stage 5 is going to be a diamond chest plate. Stage 5. And stage 6 is going to be another netherite chest plate. Okay, so then for stage 4, we need to do stage 4. Light gray, hidden false true, whatever. GUI position, we need to move it down. And this is unlocked when stage 3 is unlocked. And objective score, min score of 3. For stage 4, or 5, change it to stage 5. Move this down by 2. Unlocked when stage 3 is unlocked, and this is 4. And then this is 5. This is 4. Stage 4. Or no. Wait. Stage 1. 2 relies on 1. 2. 3. Oh, there. This should be 4. This should be 5. This is stage 6. This needs to go down one more. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that should be good. No one corrected me, so if it's chain chestplate instead of chainmail chestplate, you're all getting banned. But let's find out. Single player. It would have told us already in the log, but I'm just going to look at it and see. Press E, click here. Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if we go, and I don't like that it doesn't stop there. So I might want it to go 0, then 1, then 2. It's still going to be weird either way. Because Palladium's weird with this. Okay, so we're going to do scoreboard, players, set, dev. And we have the quill.awakening stage. We'll set it to 1. And there we go. That unlocks stage 2. 2 unlocks stage 1. Or stage 3. 3 unlocks stage 4. 5 unlocks stage 5. Wait. Oh, oops. 4 does 5. There we go. And then 6 does that. Or anything above 5. Okay, good. And you can see some of the other abilities are shining through. And this is where you can enable or start to enable different abilities. So let me push all this to GitHub here. So we removed overclock abilities. We added to stages, ability register, heartbeat ability. Yeah, basically converted all of overclock into Java. That's basically what we did. So now we want to finish up overclock based on the description. So for stage 2 for overclock, the client, is what I'll call them. They wanted double the time for overclock and half the time for debuffs. So what we'll do is for your stage 1 overclock, and this is the original one, so we need to do stage 2 overclock. And it doesn't buff anything. It's only going to increase the time. So let's just copy all of stage 1. Let's scroll down past all of these stage 1s here. All right, and then here, this is going to be stage 2 overclock. Still going to be random overclock. But I've learned increase halves the time for debuff. So it's a 1-to-1. So this one is your body has increased has gotten used to your body has gotten used to your power lowering drawback, or allowing you to last longer. Sure. So basically we're doubling this to 1200. And the cooldown, or the double thing, is going to be a part of random ability, random overclock ability. So down here, we force it to be always 2 times the amount of ticks. So instead, we're going to have a property that lets us decide if we need to double the countdown. So it's going to, if we just grab a property from here, and this is instead of an integer, it's going to be a Boolean. Yeah, we're going to do a Boolean, a true or false. This is going to be called double cooldown, or double drawback, and double drawback. Yeah, double drawback, and it's going to be whether or not whether or not debuffs last two times as long as ability was active for. And this needs to be a Boolean property. So again, true, false, and import it. Boop, boop. Then we need to come down here. We need to do this dot with property, I believe. And what do we put in there? Just the frequency and not frequency, the double drawback. And the default value is going to be true. Then down here, we need to grab the thing, grab the property with entry.get that, and this is going to be Boolean double, Boolean double drawback, and not frequency, it's going to be double drawback. So we get this, then we just say if double drawback is true, we do this. Otherwise, actually, it's probably better to do, instead of this, oops, instead of if double drawback is on, we just do ticks active. We multiply it by 2. Boop. Times equal 2. And since we're not dividing, we don't need this. And we just do ticks active here. So basically, wait, we can do this even nicer. Let's do it in here. What was the inline if? I think it's like double drawback. Then it's either this times 2, or it's just ticks active. There we go. This is an inline if statement saying if double drawback is true, then we use 2 times the thing. Otherwise, we just use regular. That should work just fine, I think. So then we come back to here. Double drawback defaults to true. So here we're going to do double drawback is equal to false. As for the unlocking, it's going to unlock on stage it says stage 2, but I think we should change it. So yeah, stage 1, stage 2. Why is this on stage 2 already? Did I already change it? Stage 1 overclock. Conditions, ability unlocked, stage 2. Oh, it's in the not. I can't read. That's why. So we're saying it's not in any of these stages. Also, it's not in stage 4 or stage 5 or stage 6. We're basically saying don't enable it if any of these stages are on, because we want it to use the use something else. I think we might have to change that depending on how the rest of the power shakes out. But if we go back down to stage 2, so it's not active when stage 3, because we want it to be here. So not when stage 3 is active, or stage 4 is active, or stage 5, or stage 6. We only want it active in stage 2. So let me put in 2 here, or stage 1. So now it's only active on stage 2. And this one should only be active on stage 1. To distinguish them, let's make, instead of a clock, let's do a, we'll just do a compass, just to visually see. Or we can just change the name, I guess, to extended. Okay, so that should double the drawback. This needs to not unlock at stage 2 anymore, because this toggling of resistances is stage 3 now. It's technically going to change, but we're going to change it to stage 3. Toggle healing. And those are all resistances based on the current toggles, so we don't have to worry about those. All right, I think stage 2 is done. So basically it's just doubling the time that overclock is active and having the cooldown time, which basically means the cooldown time is now 1-to-1. So if you have overclock active for 30 seconds, you're going to have 30 seconds of debuff as opposed to 60 seconds of debuff. I probably would have changed it a little bit, but this is what the client wants, you know? Play. So what stage are we on? Let's do scoreboard. Players set me awakening stage to stage 0. So this one should be double. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be about 8 seconds, which it is. Enhanced metabolism should definitely turn off. We're going to have it. Oh, enhanced metabolism turns off. Wait, stage 1 passive regen. Are there more than one passive regen? They add in 2? No. Passive regen. So instead of checking if stage 2 is not unlocked, we're just going to do not Palladium as effect. Effect is Quill overclock drawback. Okay, so that will get rid of metabolism. All right, but so that was working. If we go to stage 2, we lost that completely. We're in stage 2. Where did it go? Stage 1 overclock. Stage _2 overclock. Why did this die? Unlocking. Not ability 1 unlocked. Not ability 3 unlocked. Oh. So instead of all these knots, we'll just do... Oops. Wait, we need one of those. Instead of all these knots, we'll just do that it's only active when stage 2 is active. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. I might be getting a little too tired. But we'll just ignore that. Boop. All right, only when stage 2 is unlocked will stage 2 overclock be unlocked. And same thing for here. Only on stage 1 will it be working. There, let's restart. This should also fix the enhanced metabolism. Potentially. Ba, 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 ba. This should work just peachily. Slash scoreboard players set dev awakening stage was 0. Should just have that one. Stage 1 overclock and extended. So we have both. We don't want both. Stage 1 needs to go away. You're not being ignored. I just don't check my DMs. It's chainmail. I think it's chainmail. Whoa, my chat was not loading. Let me reload that. Yeah, I saw your monkey type thing. The only problem is you could have been lying. You could have just inspected elemented. Allegedly, he had over 200 words per minute. Okay, so the problem is we just need to add this back into here. Boop, boop, boop. I just need to make sure stage 2 is not unlocked, I think. That fixes it. Check the leaderboards. I'm number 3 American typist. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Let's look. How do I even see? I gotta open this on Microsoft Edge because I can't. Monkey type. Where's the leaderboards? Reject non-essential. Leaderboard. Weekly. All-time 15. What are you supposedly at the head of? On QWERTY. Daily. English. You're not there. I don't see you there, buddy. Look at this. Well, how many seconds did you do? 60 seconds? Well, it resets all the time. Look, all-time English, you're not there. 30? There is no 30. It's only 15 and 60. Anyway, extended stages. Scoreboard, players, set, dev, awakening stage. Back to 0. Should turn that to overclock. And to 1 should change it to overclock extended. And 2 should get rid of it. It does not. We need to get rid of it completely. I need to go back to this. To get rid of it completely, we grab this, go down to stage 2 overclock here, and we say unlocking not stage 2, stage 3. And then it should go away. Probably. Probably. We'll see. Might have been on the weekly, probably. All right, is this gonna make it pretty? I hope it does, because I don't want to see it anymore. There we go. Slash scoreboard players set dev Quill Awakening stage 1 0 4. Perfect. All right, stage 2 is done. Let's do this. Stage 1 and 2 of overclock done. Boop boop. Submit. All right, stage 3. There's 6 stages, by the way. I'm going to try to speed run this so I can get done with overclock completely. Stage 3 allows the choice of defense or offense. First preset will be attack, second will be defense. So that kind of sounds like it's kind of similar to what I have here, where you can toggle certain things on, except that there's only going to be offense or defense. What is considered offense and what is considered defense? I don't really know. Obviously, defense is defense, but is running fast and hitting things, is that attack, or is running away defense? You know? Applies one more buff to the modes, which are attack speed and increased regeneration. Dang, I should have double checked what this person meant. Might have been one on weekly, maybe on both. Let me reach out to him because I see he's playing a game. So he's probably... I have questions about overclock. Specifically... applies all buffs and he burns whoever he hits. And he burns? Why is he burning people? I have answers. Okay, my question is, why did stages 3 through 6 get so dumb? Question. Okay, well, we might not be able to finish this one. Despite wanting to. Okay, I can do... okay, they're double checking here for me. Because here, what would be considered defense and offense? Like defense, we would have... Do I have a note? Is this going to leak anything? Blackwit problems. All right, create new notes. Let's see. This is the problem that we have. Offense versus defense. So offense would be punch damage. Okay. Defense would be armor. It can't be regeneration because that's getting added on. So jump boost. And then the other one would be speed here. Like, is that considered? Because we have resistance, speed, strength, healing. So would it just be armor and jump? Like, I don't know. He just said my bad. What does that even mean? He says he was making his modes better. Could have fooled me. I think the attack speed increase makes it an offense. But the problem is, he says he wants stage 4 to be a buff to these. So, like, add in attack speed to offense and add in regeneration to... So, like, this would be move speed. And then this would be the buffed version. So the next staged would be attack speed. And then the buffed version of this would be generation boost. Potentially. But I feel like... Wait, I wasn't reading. Is move speed good in a fight, though? Yes, it is. It is, because... Let me show you. If I activate my power of summoning a husk, boom, there's a husk there. Check this out. Speed. I can run in, run out before he can even hit me. If I could actually run him if I had food, I could combo him. Like combo. Ow. You should totally let me test it. This is... I would let you test it, but it's not mine to test. It's also not public. I think offense would be a speed thing. Death. Is this for PvE or PvP? It's gonna be for PvP. Mostly. Maybe a little PvE, but mostly PvP. Yeah, because this, like I said, this is not mine. Well, I'm doing it, but it's not something I can be handing out. So yeah, stage 4 or stage 3 just wants to be able to choose. So instead of randomly doing it, it's choosing. Stage 4 is buffing those. And then stage 5 is applying all the buffs at the same time and for some reason, starting them on fire. I don't think overclock is complete in terms of planning. So we're going to stop with this one. Because I can do the 2 modes, but what I kind of thought was that, or what I was kind of initially going for when I thought of it was, wait, Delta, are you even here? Are you listening? Are you too busy playing your game? I'll give you 3 seconds to respond. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's not listening. But I thought it would be cool if the next stage, the user would be able to control which ones they do, but only a certain amount. So like they can say, I want to activate resistance and speed, but I can't use strength boost or better regen. I have to turn one off to activate the other one. And then use, only 2 at a time. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it'd be cooler if it was like a toggle where you could either do offense or defense, either one of the 2? Or if you could specifically choose only 2 at a time. So you can do any combination. Or maybe having this combination thing be like the 4th stage. So the 3rd stage would be, I think choosing 2 seems more practical. It does. Because then you can boost. Because then you can choose what to boost. I think what the owner is trying to go for is stake. It's like you struggle, but then you learn how to do things better. And I don't necessarily know that just having only offense and only defense is considered control. Because if you could learn how to do more than like 2 at a time, like 3 at a time, and then maybe expand the options of things that you can do, that would probably be like more in term. I feel like that would be better. Feel like that would be better. Let me look at some of the other ones. Is there another easy one that I can just import real quick? No, not really. I could do fear. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 4 hours. Well, I should probably end it here, I think. Ow. For a recap, we migrated over this overclock ability, and then including the custom mob potion effects and the 2 custom abilities, and also revamped them to make them a little more efficient. And then we went through the staging and modified the first, or completed the first 2 stages, but I got to do some talking with the old owner. You never acknowledged my offer of playing My Hero Ultra Rumble today or yesterday. I don't know if I'll play it anytime soon. I can't promise you. Maybe. That's going to be on a Twitch game stream. But that probably won't be till Friday or Saturday. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, well, I think that's going to be it for today. Thanks, everyone, for stopping in. Yeah, I just asked if I could grind with you. Wait, no, you just asked if you could grind with me. Yeah. Well, the problem is, too, the achievements aren't really that easy to get. Especially with multiplayer games. My Hero Ultra Rumble. Yeah, these achievements... Reach amateur rank. Attain 50 emblems. Reach pro rank. Obtain 1,000 stars. Kill 300 opponents. Send 10,000 like this is just, these are ridiculous. That's not going in my achievement hunt, that's for sure. But yeah. Okay, so I'm going to end the stream here. Thanks everyone for coming in. Yes, it definitely would be long term. But yeah. I will expect a new video either tomorrow or the day after. And, yeah, I'll see y'all later. Or tomorrow, I mean today, because it's past midnight for me. Anyway, bye.